September 8th. This is agenda is dated September 8th through the September 10th, 2020. The time now is 10:08 a.m. We are here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call this meeting to order, so I do have Ms. Nota running the roll call on our voting machine. So, Ms. Nota, if you could give us a roll call this morning.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Yate said Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty, and I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is present. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present.
President, good morning, everyone.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona's present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Hino is present. Good morning.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene. Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did.
Unica is here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Unica is present. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Present. This is Elmer Gay.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James is present via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We do have, this is 18? 18, right? 18 members present this morning. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the line here with us. Again, good morning. With that, let me go over to Honorable Vince James. You mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Delegate James present, if you can hear me.
Good morning, Honorable James. We hear you. All right. All right, thank you. Colleagues, would anybody like to give an opening prayer this morning? Council?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel. I'm on the line for the record.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Honorable Daniels.
Morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellowhair. I'm on line.
Good morning, Honorable Yellowhair.
Speaker, I'll do the prayer, just Vice Chair Smith.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to pray this morning. It's a wonderful, beautiful morning, getting closer to fall. First day of budget for the Navajo Nation Council for 2022 FY. And he yada nito da so dozen the holodo majiga so dozen adishvit shema and also good morning. Gracious Father, come to you humbly to ask you for your all wisdom and knowledge to conduct this business of FY 2022 budget so that we could get this underway for the next fiscal year, Father, that we can do it comprehensively and help our people and get these services out there and the things that we need, and the yalagi that's given to us that we can use for the purposes of the government and help one another to coordinate and to get this taken care of and open up the avenues, Lord, for the behalf of FY 2020. Pray for our leaders, executive, judicial, and also our legislative, three-branch government, speaker and his staff, and OPBP and his staff to coordinate this FY, and Hushkeja, Nihima, Joanne Jane and her staff, and all the folks out in Navajo land, 27,000 square miles, even the chapter officials, and I went all the way down to our local officials club and those that are here to hear the budget and to pray upon the budget so that we can get this coordinated, get it done in ample time so that we can move forward. I know last year we did the continuing resolution. Continuing resolution was because of COVID-19 and things that didn't pan out the way we thought it would, but we're at this point and we have time to deliberate and to adjust the budget if we need, and pass the budget along and send it to the next level to President, and President will review it, and we just pray that the three-branch government will have a comprehensive budget, a balanced budget, and a budget that we can utilize in the future too, Father. We prayed that we can have revenues coming in, and even though the basic corn, say Chin, let's hold up to this call, and we don't have the revenue that we used to, but we have that permanent trust fund. Thank the leaders in the past that made that determination and foreseeing what may happen, and now we're here, and now we have the 5-year permanent trust fund to utilize that interest for $40 million each fiscal year, and also the UUFB to put in to help supplement. So, Father, we know that you are all powerful and all wonderful, and you have the wisdom to help us along in behalf of our daily tasks, to help our grandmas and grandpas and those that need water, those that need electricity, those that need houses, those that need basic supplies. Winter's coming. We need to help our elders and our families to prepare for winter, to get their houses winterized and get them prepared for the long winter that's coming forth, and even harvesting the crops and livestock and we're here to assist in whatever manner. And we thank you for the recent rains too. Such a big blessing. The rains have come, and now they're subsided for the time being, but we pray that we have a bountiful winter so that the snow-capped mountains can replenish the lakes, the aquifers, the springs, the wells, and we can have feed for our livestock and wildlife, and water is life, and we welcome the rain anytime, Father. And we see what has happened with the rain too. Roads have been affected by the rains, and we're praying that we can get funding to fix these roads and get these roads where they're all weather purpose. And some of the projects that have been completed, I heard that Manuelito has got a new bridge. We thank you for that, and thank you for the new bridge in Lupton too. We thank you for being instrumental in that, and other infrastructure like up in Pinon too. They got their dollars to start the bridge, the road that stretched from Pinon to Hard Rock. It's been long waited, and the roads up there are really bad. I recall when being a ranger going up there and having emergency operations, I know the conditions of that road. So we're thankful that these things have happened, and the water for up in Shishnah Ash's area, monies have been appropriated for his water project up there, and things of that nature. I can't mention everything, but we see the progress, and we come to you humbly asking that you continue to provide these and give us the wisdom and knowledge, and to help our people out there in every aspect. And of course, we pray for our military personnel that are out there serving this wonderful country and protecting us and giving us the freedom. And we ask that you keep them safe, and their families and their loved ones. And the sacrifice that they make to keep the United States free. We pray for the world events. We see things happening out there, floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, things that are taking place. We just ask that you can help those folks that are without electricity or running water and things of that nature. And we come to you also asking to bless our veterans, each and every one, and help our veterans have a better lifestyle that they encounter. And the United States can look upon us to give us direct services here on the Navajo Nation. We need direct services for our veterans. And we ask that we can get homes built for those homeless veterans and that they have a roof over their head for themselves or their family, and the policies that need to be changed and things like that. We got this $1.8 billion too that's sitting idle right now, but we're going to tap into it here shortly once we get the budget taken care of and get infrastructure and get things going for our families out there, our relatives, and our loved ones out there, 27,000 square miles to help them with water, help them with infrastructure, homes, and school, broadband, just to name a few, Father, that we can get these things going and coordinated. And we also pray that we can have IHS move rapidly, and NECA and NTUA or enterprises to solicit and we can change laws too, that we can get more contractors in to complete these projects, because that money is there. We need to spend it before 2024, and 2024 is creeping up upon us rapidly, and before we know it, we're going to be in 2024. So we need to get these things completed and done in a timely fashion. So we pray that you can open those doors and open those avenues for us, and working with the county, the state, and the federal government, and various policies, and various laws and regulations, and moving these things. And thank you for the new director from Navajo Regional. We need to have his assistance and his help too on behalf of pushing these projects and pushing these federal dollars so that we can get them utilized, and laws that are hampering, Lord, laws that are not, they can go around it, through it, around, over it, and we just ask that be open as is too. And we pray that we can get a Office of Navajo Indian Relocation Commissioner. We need a commissioner to speak on behalf of the needs and the shortfalls that we have at the 1974 settlement, and that's still pending, and it's been ongoing since the 80s, and we need to have a commissioner installed to expedite these things and the promises that were brought forth, and the houses that are dilapidated out there, and the areas that and the areas that are needing new homes too out there. So we turn to you with this, and we know that these things are overwhelming on man's level, but through you, Father, it's only you can do all things, and all things are wonderful through you. So come to you humbly and asking that through your Son, and we give you the praise for all things, Father. And this we pray through your Son, Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Vice Smith, for that wonderful invocation this morning. Praying for not only the rest of the week, but also for the nation as a whole too, as well. Let's go and continue on down. Number 2 on our proposed agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials of the Navajo Nation. Are there any recognitions at this time? Honorable Elmer Begay, what is yours?
Speaker, good morning. That's Ethan Shewe.
Oh, good morning.
I don't members of the Navajo Nation Council, though. So, Shahado Eto. I don't Shidado, Delegate Smith, though. Thanks for your prayer listening to that, and along with that, thinking about it and what you mentioned, and thought about it, and in a good way for Shidako Kihas, and including the fundings that we have today, that we appreciate that new fundings that came along with this, within the four sacred mountains, the surface and subsurface royalties that were given to us again by our great land. I call Shidako. Thinking about it that way, about against it. And then today is this evening, there's going to be a new moon coming up. You see, September, I used conduct things now. Now that there's all these crops, for all people. I'd like to thank the people, through that, even through this pandemic, what's going on, and even though through this drought, some people still plant, they still hope for rain. They have belief that, my grandma, my chief, and others, they used to say that, this dry dirt in there. With all your hopes in your faith, you can put your corn in there, the kernels in there, the kernels in there, and the seeds in there. Is the lay Japan to the case. And let the Dina Japan Sahaki Julia. Even physical CAPG. Now, those kinky, even can't jump out continues ago. So a lot of I think people that did that, to continue that thought, they still harvest today. If I can say people that did that, and then all the people who went through this monsoon too. So I have to recognize in the Wells chapter, that even though that the vision of community development came over, that the senior citizen so they came out and they praised that it's going to take almost $4,000 to repair that. But the new chapter official went up there and they brought their own materials and things like that. So it didn't take $4,000. They said it takes almost about $80 worth of material to do the whole, the roofing that was damaged. So without that error, because some people they still have that can do their own ability, their own skills and trait that they have. So either against people that are sufficient to do their own work, they don't work for others. Without error, because there's people against. But this monsoon, we experienced a lot in the Navajo Nation. And then I'd like to recognize the linemen too. Although we have a lot of outages throughout the monsoon, these linemen, they've been out there day and night, and even though it's still raining, they could still go out there. And safety, they came back. A lot we have to probably to stay with this harvest. Or usually a lot that we can recognize and we can be very appreciative about what we have today and what we're going to have the year round again. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much again for recognitions this morning, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, colleagues, any other recognitions this morning? I don't have anybody in the queue. No one else texting in. If there are none, let's continue on down to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Budget Session, September 8th to the 10th, 2021. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation via telecommunication. Presiding Honorable Seth Davis, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business A, legislation 0182-21. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate
Thank
Daniel
you.
So.
Motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second. Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on our agenda? Going once. Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Is this on adopting the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
That, let's go to board, colleagues, on adopting our agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Okay, Gallo.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., can you repeat your vote?
Yep.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henia votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is, oh, no, show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Voted green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning, I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, you have 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel. I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. On the main motion, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. We do have an agenda here before us, then colleagues. Let's continue on down. Item number 4, reports, there are none. Item number 5, old business, there are none. Item number 6, new business, legislation 0182-21, sponsored by Chairman Hinio, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0182-21, an action relating to the Budget and Finance and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 comprehensive budget, waiving 12 NNC section 820I, 860, 840B, 12 NNC section 2001 EDSEC, and resolution number CF-07-11, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Hinyo, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knaz-Bakrati, and Honorable Pernell Halona. There are committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee recommended do pass with 4 amendments. Amendment number 1 on page 6, lines 15 to 21, delete the following paragraph in its entirety, and that's deleting the whole paragraph O in regards to the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. 2, remove Exhibit J in its entirety. Amendment number 2 on page 1, lines 15 and 16, make the following changes. After comprehensive budget waiving 12 NNC, insert section 820F and overstrike 12 NNC section 2001 EDSEC. 2, on page 4, line 27 and line 28, make the following dollar amount correction. Overstrike $6,108,718 and insert $6,108,728. 3, replace the original Exhibit H and Exhibit I with the new Exhibit H and Exhibit I provided by the Office of Legislative Counsel. 4, page 5, starting at line 19, add the following new paragraph. New paragraph K, UUFB fund regarding the UUFB, the Navajo Nation recommends that $20 million be set aside for the fiscal year 2023 budget, which amount is consistent with the 3 branch chiefs agreement dated June 18, 2021, and with the Navajo Nation Council resolution number CN 8820. Amendment number 3, new. 1, in Exhibit H on page 4, add the following new condition of appropriation for after the paragraphs pertaining to the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. New paragraph, Office of the Controller, OOC, and Office of Management and Budget, OMB. 1, the OOC and OMB shall create appropriate business unit numbers for all capital improvement projects and other projects that have been fully funded with Navajo Nation Council appropriations during fiscal year 2021 and in the comprehensive budget for FY 2022 and funded with other federal, state, and private funds. By the end of second quarter FY 2022, the OOC and OMB shall provide a joint report, both verbal and in writing, to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the streamlining and expediting of the issuance of the business unit numbers for said projects. 2, on Exhibit I on page 6, add the following new legislative concern after the paragraph pertaining to the Office of the President and Vice President, OPVP. New paragraph, Office of the Controller, OOC, and Office of Management and Budget, OMB. 1, the OOC and OMB shall immediately create appropriate business unit numbers for all capital improvement projects and other projects that have been fully funded with Navajo Nation Council appropriations during fiscal year 2021 and in the comprehensive budget for FY 2022 and funded with other federal, state, and private funds. By the end of the second quarter of FY 2022, the OOC and OMB should provide a joint report, both verbal and in writing, to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the streamlining and expediting of the issuance of the business unit numbers for said projects. 3, in Exhibit H on page 3, delete the entirety of paragraph 6 as follows. Overstrike complete paragraph 6. 6, by the end of the second quarter FY 2022, the DPS director shall reestablish the DPS Drug and Gang Task Force. Amendment number 4, strike all of the original amendment number 3 in its entirety and add the following to the legislation. 1, on page 5, start at line 4, add new paragraph in the body of the legislation as follows. J, Permanent Trust Fund. The Office of Management and Budget has reported by memorandum dated August 31st, 2021 that the Permanent Trust Fund account currently has generated interest income of $3,569,000, which amount is considered excess funds that are available for unmet needs. Of this amount, the Navajo Nation appropriates the following amounts. 1, $3,000 to each of the 45 local governance certified chapters certified pursuant to 26 NNC 102B, a total of $135,000 for use as a 3% general wage adjustment for chapter employees' wages and salaries for fiscal year 2021, and $3,000 for each of the local governance certified chapters, $135,000 for the same purpose for FY 2022. 2, $120,000 to the Delcon chapter for professional contractual services for the construction and installation of broadband internet equipment and provision of related services that will serve the Delcon chapter and other nearby Navajo Nation communities. 3, $450,000 to the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture, Veterinary and Livestock Program, Business Unit number 11, 2034. 4, $526,131 to the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife Animal Control Program, Business Unit number 115026. 5, the remaining amount of $2,202,869 is allocated to the Capital Outlay Match Funding Special Revenue Fund account. End of new language. 2, in Exhibit E, add a new line number 18 at the bottom of the fixed cost budget summary table as follows. Column 1 _ new, column 2 _ office rental NNHRC, column 3 _ $30,481. Reallocate all totals to appropriate to account for the $30,481 increase appropriated via this amendment. Replace the original Exhibit E with the new revised Exhibit E that will reflect the changes described in this paragraph 2 and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. 3, in Exhibit G, replace the $438,479 allocation to business unit numbered 113014 Daltix Tuba City for senior citizen vans with $418,479. Insert new line in the personnel lapse fund allocations table showing the amount of $20,000 allocated via this amendment to business unit number 109008, Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance for the Nepazad College Fund for students. 4, in Exhibit G, delete entirely the $88,479 allocation to business unit number 115002, grazing officials, AZ only, for AZ grazing official stipends. Insert new line in the personal lapse fund allocations table showing the amount of $61,393 allocated via this amendment to business unit numbers 108014 to 108027, Chinle agency chapters for Chinle official stipends. Insert new line in the personal lapse fund allocations table showing the amount of $27,086 allocated via this amendment to business unit number 107022, OOC administration for temporary personnel. 5, replace the original Exhibit G with the new revised Exhibit G that will reflect the changes in paragraphs 3 to 4 of this amendment and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. 6, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, as so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in improving the legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. There is a committee report from the Nabakia Committee. Where the legislation was under consideration and was passed with 2 amendments and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1, on page 5 in paragraph J of the legislation as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, add new subpoint 5 as shown in the underlined text below. New subpoint 5, $881,197 to the Division of Public Safety, Department of Criminal Investigations, Business Unit number 116011. Overstrike previous 5, new and make it new new 6, new paragraph 6. Change amount of $2,202,869 to $1,321,672. 2, in Exhibit F, proposed carryovers for the FY22 Navajo Nation budget. Add a new row at the bottom of the table on the second page, inserted in columns 2 to 6. The new business unit numbers 116011 and related information as shown in the underlined text below. Column 2 underscore 116011, column 3 underscore NDCI, column 4 underscore DPS, Department of Criminal Investigations, column 5 underscore remaining operating balance, column 6 requests to carry forward into FY22 all remaining balances from FY 2021. Replace the original Exhibit F with the new revised Exhibit F that will reflect the changes described in this amendment, paragraph 2, and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. Amendment number 2, page 5, line 19, insert new paragraph J4 as follows. New paragraph J, waivers of Navajo Nation law. New paragraph 4, Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The Navajo Nation hereby approves a one-time waiver of 16 NNC Section 1 and 16 NNC Section 205, the purposes of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, such that additional expenses, including operating expenses in the amount of $241,189 for business unit 415000 Navajo Land Department Land Acquisition Trust Fund be expended from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund as follows. A, 2001 series, all except senior appraiser, $92,387. B, 3000 series travel expenses, $40,757. C, 4000 series supplies, $15,450. D, 5500 series communications and utilities, $7,632. E, 6000 series repairs and maintenance, $47,667. F, 6500 series contractual services, $32,200. G, 7000 series special transaction, $5,096. H, total, $241,189. 2, Exhibit K, FY 2022 budget detail is hereby amended to reflect this amendment. 3, the Navajo Land Department is directed to work with the Office of Management and Budget to supply the financial information to be inserted in Exhibit K, the FY 2022 budget detail exhibit. 4, page 7, line 9, insert paragraph D in section 3 directive as follows. Section 3 directives, new paragraph D. D, Auditor General, the Navajo Nation hereby directs the Office of the Auditor General to conduct an audit of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund dating from 2005 to 2021. 5, renumber related succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Office of Legislative Counsel with notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes, numerical corrections, and cumulative total corrections as necessary to conform to the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, is a motion by Honorable Keon Begay, second by Chairman Yazzie. Can you hear me? Hey, with that, colleagues, any comments, questions? Oh, I have everybody in the queue. Vice Chair, let me go to Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio, floor is yours. Chairman Henio? Do you see him?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Let me start all over again. Good morning, Shinanta. To the Speaker Damon. Do Shinanta Bishman Ana 24th Navajo Nation Council. The adopted on deep in a beat and hotel days and by Hidden by Vice Chair Smith. Ibn Nache Conky Coney Gloda, the Bini B. The Nache Coney Nanchina delegate or dealer. Base of FY 2022. Bahinto a cause for the Navajo Nation government. Other than never on the sheet because he one day to this chain. Others can't take off. This chain that you change sky. Other than the other. Even not the corruption and Office of President, Vice President, President Niz, Vice President Lizer, Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane. He had 3 branches of any government has even that J. Coy at the Bandari Taco. Other a copy for get a budget at that cost. Any Nikiana Hasner. I don't need none. Should they could be smart on it? Then could they see budget need to present that through the oversight committees, the Law and Order Committee, Resources Development Committee, Health Education and Human Services Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee. I see the budget needs from the oversight programs. Even the committee will make recommendations on legislation for each of the committees. The legislation was presented to Budget and Finance for consideration into recommendations and considerations for the FY 2022 comprehensive budget legislation. I call you thousand so that's 0182-21. So the Budget and Finance Committee there. As you've heard earlier, by the reading of the legislation, that there were 4 amendments that were presented through the Budget and Finance Committee. All day, I can see about another seating. Other amendments not that so even that these think of the I see your biology in Navajo Nation Council as we continue to deliberate and what President is so even that legislation be so again allocations again recommended by the 3-branch chiefs agreement. Each executive branch, legislative branch, all judicial branch but recommend that their allocations along with the chapter government stuff. So not only the Navajo Nation general funds, but we also consider the Navajo Nation extra, they call it K accounts, governmental accounts. So that's why it's a comprehensive budget. And so even on the legislation allocations, the Vaka, at the same time, we have the set asides too also, that we have our trust fund accounts that we put money into at the beginning of every year. So it's cheap in here. So any tato is honest physical. I don't about the city that craggy. Yet the sea in the law. I don't know if can you house the Hajo legislation. They swaggy. So even that your question on 24th Navajo Nation Council. The Janoni study the comprehensive never Babylon that we clicked. They did programs, they're looking at us for that considerations. So although Kodoshikana Ilchigi Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Dominic Bial, helping the Navajo Nation Council with the budget process. Mr. Bial and his staff, the Abalacha, Office of Legislative Council, putting the whole packet together for us. Our program directors and division directors, by putting forth their budget. At the same time, any amendments that need to be made or revisits that need to be made, they went back to overview each side of the introduction of the legislation. Even that so this apologies, like I said, and kudos to the speaker Damon. We stand for any questions, comments about the FY 2022 budget.
Thank you very much for that, Chairman Henio. With that, colleagues, I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty in the queue, and then also Honorable Charlene. So, colleagues, remember we are on the main motion of legislation 0182-21, and at this time we are in council. So just remember, you have 5 minutes on every motion. That, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, the floor is yours. Can't hear you.
Testing 1, 2. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Appreciate the prayer of Vice Chair Smith. I wanted thank you, Chairman Henio, for sponsoring the legislation. I do have amendments, colleagues. I do propose to have 2 amendments if Legislative Council can provide an update if the fixed cost amendment is ready, and then what would be the timeline for the council to take action on the veterans budget. Thank you, Speaker Damon. And if the amendments are ready, then I'll motion those amendments and I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 4 minutes, 25 seconds. That, Ms. Barbara, maybe an update.
Thank you. Good morning. No, Delegate Crotty's amendments are not prepared yet. We are still waiting for more information. I think I could take this opportunity, Speaker, to explain to delegates that if your amendments or the amendments you're wishing take money from one program to put it in another program or another account, we need information about the account you're taking the money out of. We need the business unit number and the business unit number for the account that the dollars will be going into. We also need those revised budgets. Those revised budget documents, and let me explain why. So let's say, for example, you're taking, you want to add something, you want to add additional dollars, perhaps, let's just say, to fixed costs. A program right now has that fixed cost in their operating budget, or that lease cost in their operating budget. If you're going to move that to fixed cost, the program now has an unallocated amount in their program budget, and so that we need amended budget forms, revised budget forms, so the council can take action on approving that. As soon as we get those types of information, we can move these amendments. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, are we still on the call?
I know, but would the
this is Lorraine
hold
Wilson.
on, sorry, I'm just talking with staff because there is a potential amendment, but I'm trying to check. Maybe Miss Laureline has some updated information. Miss Laureline, Miss Laureline, hold on real quick. Was there a question or something, question of privilege or something, Chairman Daniel? So.
No, the line went blank, and I was just wondering if everybody dropped off.
Oh, no. Oh, we're still all here. Let me go then back to Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Laureline Tapahi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. I did get that amendment out requested by Delegate Crotty. I was waiting on. Can you hold on just a second? I need to review this amendment that I just sent out. I need to review it with Ms. Belbroff. And if you give us just a minute, we'll get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, can I ask a question, Eugene? So
Thank you. Well, Miss Laureline and Miss Barbara are actually discussing that. Let me go on down. Well, colleagues, if I go on to Honorable Eugene, so let me just put you in the queue. If I go on down,
Speaker Delegate Otto So, I'm on the line.
there will be a good morning, Honorable Otto. There will be a question. So I think we might go to a possible amendment. We're just waiting for Miss Laureline to come back on, colleagues. Or Mr. Tapahi and Miss Barbara, actually.
Mr. Speaker, this is Lurleen again from OLC.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just discussed this amendment, Honorable Delegate Crotty's amendment for Navajo Utah Commission and Division of Economic Development. With regards to DED, the money is coming out of certain business unit numbers for DED and is going to be put into the fixed cost exhibit E. So this amendment actually needs to say that. It actually needs to have language for the council to approve the shifting around of the money, the removing of these budget items from the previous line item budget unit numbers that were put in the budget documents that DED prepared and should be in the big budget binder. So this amendment, actually, we need to fix it to say the Navajo Nation Council approves a reallocation, pulling out of the money from these accounts and putting it under fixed costs under Exhibit E. So this amendment is not quite ready yet. So Office of Legislative Counsel needs a little bit more time to work with OMB and DED to figure out what language we need to put in here to account for council's necessary approval of the shifting around of the money. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, it does. So with that, Madam Chair, Member Crotty, I'll come back to you when that, if you could, Ms. Laureline or Ms. Barbara, email or contact Ms. Crotty or Ms. Yazzie, Chief of Staff, let us know when that amendment is ready. Moving on down, I have Honorable Charlene So in the queue. Honorable Charlene So, the floor is yours.
Speaker Damon Adoyat Eshanant 24th Navajo Nation Council. As the legislation was read into the record, I do have a couple of questions. Delcon broadband. Honorable Henio, can you speak more about that? Adult budget. And have other chapters and other regions have been vetted and located as far as with broadband infrastructure projects such as Delcon. I have those two questions. I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
That 4 minutes, 11 seconds on your reserve time. We go back to the sponsor, Chairman Henio.
Speaker Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Charlene So, the amendments that were proposed at Budget and Finance Committee, and one was $120,000 for the Delcon broadband permanent trust fund income. There was an excess of $3.5 million. ako ado but bajaria ada di soko ado kage by holia as part of the legislation. Ado this project again, as it was explained at the committee level when the amendment was made and approved by the committee. This broadband project was shovel ready. It just needed funding to move forward. So, but as far as the question with other communities being vetted and considered, because this during the deliberations and debate, this is the only chapter that was mentioned during that amendment process. Hopefully I responded properly to your question. Back to you, Senator Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. That, let me move on down. Honorable Eugene So, on the main motion.
I'd like to ask Henio, that is a quiz conduction, in regards to my senior citizen. They walk-in freezer. The question nach Shopper is a place of a shopping teen in the Schnee. A hutton into a shopping hinnel. It needs to be utilized. It's not can't be just sitting there. Ocean ye bah has not also a shoulder. I don't that to deal Jim change to what big business what unit that it star husband. I could a quado not a kidney. I'll reserve my time.
Thank you. Reserve your time, Honorable Eugene So, at 4 minutes and 10 seconds. That, let me go back to you, Chairman Henio.
Speaker Davis, I don't for Delegation Council, should not delegate Eugene. So, any minutes that need to be like that, need budget form. From the center to submit a budget form. So basically, we have to have a budget form. Case in the law. Other OMB, Office of Management Budget. They need to review that, make sure everything's in order. From there, not for the judicial. And so with that, respond that we need budget forms for these type of amendments. Also, to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments and questions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. I know that we are still waiting for an amendment.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Speaker, I do have questions regarding the veterans budget. Do we have Mr. Zorline on the line so I can ask his questions? I reserve the rest of my time.
$453. Reserve at 4 minutes, 53 seconds. Mr. Zworline, are you on the line? Mr. Zworline. Mr. or Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco, are you on the line? Is Mr. Zwarline readily available? Anyone from the executive office of the office of the president or vice president at this time on the line? We have reached out to both Paulson Chaco and also Mr. Zorline, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and we did discuss veterans budget issues this morning prior to coming on to Navajo Nation Council. They're for about 45 minutes. They did both indicate that they would be on a line today, but unfortunately at this time they're not. We are reaching out to them though when they hopefully they'll be getting on the line. So with that, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions at this time?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Well, Daniel, floor is yours.
On the main motion, right? Mr.
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you. Speaking to the legislation, Delegate Charlene, so with one of the amendments, because yesterday we have these projects. Broadband. Yeah, throughout the Navajo Nation, we have broadband projects called these nations also the budget finance committee called I was done hard trying to get budget. Comprehensive budget Speaker, zero time.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Reserve time at 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Let me go back to point of privilege. Honorable Keon Begay, good morning. Floor is yours.
Chairman, regarding the issue being raised, broadband, could we get a written report from the telecommunication of what was submitted to the funding requests for broadband on behalf of the Navajo Nation? I sent a memo. I believe it's not going to be answered, to get some form of a response from the telecommunication office. So maybe through the council, that way we'll know and understand what is being requested on behalf of the Navajo Nation and what chapters will be receiving the broadband funding, what projects were identified. So maybe Mr. Vicente will line up the council of what is being in the plan. So that's my point of privilege, Speaker. So sometimes today, that way we'll have an understanding what is being planned on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Speaker, that's my point of privilege.
Thank you. That point of privilege, we will reach out to Mr. Vicente at Telecommunications and see if we can get that information. Let me go back to Chairman Hino for response to Honorable Daniels, though, at this time. as a sponsor.
Speaker Damon, the 24th Nomination Council. And could on idea regarding the amendments for the broadband for Delcon chapter AD. As going back again, as I stated earlier, the Budget and Finance Committee, that when the 2022 comprehensive budget was before the committee, each delegate has every right to make an amendment to the legislation and have it be considered by the body. And this is what happened, Kwagi. There was an amendment proposed. Though of course, any amendment that has to deal with money, there has to be budget forms attached. It just can't be added and hopes that it'll be on there. It has to be complete with a budget form, and then it goes before to OMB, and then we consider that. And if it's good to go, then we move forward with the amendment. Just so happens that this particular chapter had everything in order, and they were prepared. As soon as the budget forms were requested, not emailed, and they were on top of their game at that time. And so, with any other amendments from other entities regarding the same amendment you gave for other chapters to consider, then there needs to be budget forms attached. So there's a delegate that wishes to make an amendment to for projects within their area. Then if they have all the budget forms ready to go, then they could be considered. That's how this process went at the Budget and Finance Committee. Speaker Damon.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Honorable Elmer Brigade for clarification too as well, colleagues, because there was two members of the two delegates that did ask a question referring to the same item that Honorable Chairman Henry is referring to as well. Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Thank you for that, Chair Wade, Speaker. I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't Sutulu, Chair Henio. I don't the Delegate Daniels. I don't Charlie so Yate. This throughout the years, when this past year, that the Dalcon chapter, we all know that we try to advocate for chapters. I don't know yesterday and today, and we say that where's the local empowerment? What's the next step to go on to local empowerment? After then we say that wonder at the day that we are chapters that there's in with all these programs that get allocation every year to help the chapters again. So that's what we found out. The certified chapters, they cannot move forward. So the broadband went through a grant and so we did the assessment, and the BIA grant that was given to us to the Dalcon chapter, ADO was approved it and given by the BIA grant proposal. It gave us a right to start looking for construction funds. You have the design build plan now here. Use it. It's been certified by BIA. So we've shown it to Telecommunications Regulatory. And even we did a presentation before them to the cyber team and then also to Navajo telecommunication commissioners. Then we through NTA, so there's questions that were answered. And then even at the time, what my brother, KL Brigade delegate, asked what kind of proposal or grant was being forward that he need to this the new proposal that came in with ARPA fundings, which is the National Telecommunication Information Administration. So aimed, we would try to be part of it, so that they confused us, saying that you have to go with this and then couldn't not right away. So right now, this one that we have is where we have all the 6 chapters ABU, and that's the District 7 chapters, though, including the Greasewood. District 17, ABU, and there's a land allocation. Land, about 20 feet by 20 feet. We need that to put the mobile towers there. So we got the consent from these local peoples in Koho. Right now, we just need, they told us to get a right of way. So right now, we already have hired some local contractors that's doing that for us. So we submitted our own grant to again, see what happens. So these are construction ready, so we use it on Nadit. If nobody helps us on Nadit, next year, when does this expire? So we need to do this. So this is what we had in the chair minute. This is what we committed. We got this compiled, and then also we did a budget analysis, which includes all the budget forms, and then with the letter and resolutions that were attached together. So OMB and DCD and from our own office, legislative council, either working out to look at that for us. They're looking at the budget and forms and everything. So so we're moving forward. So I think some of these chapters, I would really appreciate them that they're doing things on their own. I don't know where can we find, where can the chapters get this kind of help? Even NTA cannot do this. So we have to go around. We have to get our own towers to do that if they're not going to share their co-location. So then nobody's helping us to give us the right to share that with us. We're not going to be putting any towers in there. We're just using the microwave and then also the wireless. So we had all the engineer work that's put together. So we haven't seen anything like this from NTA, which is the lead applicant when it was granted by the Navajo Nation to do that. So for any kind of broadband grants, they're not allowing anybody else. So Navajo Nation should I see in response to the cards over. So we're doing this. So we're collaborating with all the chapters, and then even the grazing official are part of it. The people are helping us too. So down to the cheese, I'm going to sign this off right now with this land. Make sure we have a tower here. If we don't do that again, your cheese none elderly. They're saying that they give us a right of way and then give us consent to those lands. This is what we have. Thank you for that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me continue on down. We are on the main motion of legislation 0182-21. Chairman Danielson, floor is yours.
Point of privilege, Kalen.
Honorable Chairman Daniel. So, point of privilege, Che, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council, I believe the council has every right to know how our entities and the cell service providers have plans for the Navajo Nation overall. There's billions and billions of dollars that they're going after, but yet we're trying to figure out if there's any funding that is going to be allocated for broadband. So, point of privilege to all entities that are doing cell service on the Navajo Nation, including NTUA, Cellular One, and any others, to provide to the Navajo Nation Council of the overall plan and what funding that they had submitted, because there was a deadline last week for the $1 billion allocation for broadband at the federal level. All you entities submitted to get funding. So I believe that in order for us to understand that there is funding and projects on the way, we'll have a better understanding that these funding that will be able to be utilized elsewhere. So, my point of privilege with the speaker by as soon as possible that we get those information.
We have to contact each one of those.
Hello, are we still on?
Yes, colleague, sorry. I'm trying to put this point of privilege into perspective. And Honorable Kalamagay, we are going to write to each one of the collective agencies, whether that be Choice Wireless or NTUA, that are enterprises of the nation, and also the external third-party entities that work on the nation, like Cellular One or Sacred Winds. I can't guarantee that we will get that information by the time that the Navajo Nation Council budget session is completed, but I can tell you that we will reach out to get that information from them and see how quickly they will respond back to us. Also telecommunications too. So on Keon Begay, we were working on that. We will be working on that. With that, colleagues, Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, Arosache, Honorable Chair Jamie Hino, Aro Shikedo Sidinesitation, Dainosangi Yate. Speaker, I would like to speak to the telecommunications. Basically, we had email, various communications that all 110 chapters had basically been put in a E-rate aspect. And my concern is for the libraries, E-rate and all the chapters were put in as disguised as having a chapter library to qualify for the E-rate. And my concern is, does each chapter have computer accessibility to any constituents at their chapters? do they even have a bookcase of reference books at an area designated for a library? My concern is, in years past, there was the ONSAT issue. And I don't know if we ever got out of that horrible mess. And I'm wondering if the Universal Service Administration company has ever resolved the matter with the Navajo Nation. And in that aspect, I'm really concerned that this application to basically put all the chapters with no libraries to qualify for E-rate. And it seems like it's a very dishonest way to try to get services. We have to be above board with all our initiatives. And I'm concerned that the current telecommunications director basically did that. And I don't know if an oversight committee gave them the blessings to go ahead with that. And with that, I would pose a question with Department of Justice and Chief Legislative Counsel to ask if this is proper and within the authority of the Navajo Nation Council to allow this to happen. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Serve your time at 1 minute, 13 seconds, Chairman Daniel. So let me go to Department of Justice.
Good morning. This is Rudy Naya with the Tax and Finance Unit, Department of Justice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Chairman Daniel, so it's a request from Department of Justice.
Wow. I didn't catch the name of the attorney. But my question, within this short period of time, Mr. Chris Vicente basically told either NABI or the council that the 110 chapters had qualified for E-rate because they were designated to have a library. And my question is this proper? There was a prior issue with ONSAT that basically caused legal and statutory issues with the Universal Service Administration Company. Mr. Speaker, I hope I'm not going into my reserved time to
No, you're
repeat
not.
this.
No, you're not.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if we've cleared up the prior issues with ONSAT. And going forward, is it proper for the nation to say we have 110 libraries so that the chapters could qualify for E-rate? You understand the question?
I think I understand the question, and I'll have to look into. Sorry, this is Rudy with the.
Hold on, Mr. Naya. Chairman, floor is yours still.
Oh, yes, and basically it's going forward. Can we legally, abiding by all statutory requirements, can the Navajo Nation say we have 110 certified libraries at the 110 chapters when we actually don't? As far as I know, Torreon chapter is only certified through the state of New Mexico, and I think the Cayenta may have a certified library that is not in operation. And that's a real concern to me. And to assert that we have libraries. Mr. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you. That I turn that back to Mr. Naya or anybody else from the Department of Justice to answer that question.
Thank you. This is Rudy Naya with the Department of Justice. So just to make sure that I understand the question. There was a prior issue with ONSFA that caused legal and statutory issues with the Universal Service Administration Company. And Mr. So would like to know if we cleared up the prior issues with ONSFA and whether or not it is proper for the Navajo Nation to say that we have 110 libraries when certified libraries when we actually don't. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman
am I
Danielson.
having a lawyer ask me my question back?
Mr. Anaya?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that I have the questions written down correctly, and I'll look into answering those questions and get back to Mr. So I just wanted to double check.
Okay. Mr. Anaya, how long do you think it'd take for that response?
I'm reaching out to my colleagues now, so I don't expect it to take too long.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, Chairman, when Mr. Naya, when you do have that, if you could reach out to Chief of Staff, Ms. Cheryl Nyazi, so that she's aware, or Ms. Barbroff, so that they're aware, so that they notify that we do have that answer readily available for Chairman. So that, colleagues, we go back to floor is I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. On the main motion of legislation 0182-21. So, going twice. We'll go back to reserve time then. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
Speaker, I'm going to continue to reserve my time until the amendments are ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Honorable Charlene So. Charlene So going twice. Honorable Charlene So going 3 times. That moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
That is true.
Oh.
2 questions. That is true.
Oh,
So 2 questions. Exhibit G, Trinity Agency Chapter Stipend, 61,393 for minus Trinity Chapter. I would like to ask for what that they were minus. I mean, why come they're not included? Okay, now the second one is I'd like to request Dr. Children for the budget forms for my walk-in freezer. See if I can change some money here and there. Thank you.
reserve your time at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Let me go back to Chairman Henio for the first question and then Dr. Jill Jim for the second one. Chairman Henio.
Okay, I'll answer to the Speaker Damon. National 24th Navajo Nation Council. Dodo Naide Kidi Vashnant Delegate. Eugene, so regarding the exhibit on Chinle chapter, Chinle agency, $61,000. I believe that was minus Chinle chapter. And so this during the comprehensive budget. That was an amendment that was proposed by one committee member. And so therefore a Chinle chapter mindfully I dosis bahas dande. And so until this I believe yesterday is when I kind of found out. But if I would Speaker Damon defer back to the sponsor of this amendment, which was Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and how this amendment came about without with leaving Chinle chapter out of it. Speaker Damon, if I could defer the rest of the question to Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, are you on the line? Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair. Going 3 times. Honorable Yellowhair. Back to you, Chairman.
Dr. Shina, he would be best answer the specific questions regarding Chinle chapter. As hopefully it's a typo, but when he does come back on, we could come back to this question for Delegate Eugene Solis from Tela.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair. Member Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Can I ask for OMB or community development to provide Delegate So with the remaining amount so that Chinle chapter stipend shortfall can be covered. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. We go to Dr. Gallagher. This is 0.
Amendment 4 of 4.
Dr. Yellowman.
I'll repeat the question here. Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you. And to honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did receive a request to prepare for budgets for Delegate Yellowhair, and we will get the remaining amount for just Chinle chapter, to meet the request of Delegate Eugene. So Speaker, if you could give me about 2 minutes, we'll calculate the remaining amount minus what we already prepared for Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, if that would be okay, Speaker.
Yes. I'll come back to you on that question. So let me go back to then the second question, which was to Dr. Jill Jim.
Speaker, this is Dr. Jim. Is this regarding the request for the senior center freezers?
Yes.
Okay. And this budget has to be prepared for Honorable Eugene. So the only thing I probably would like to mention is while we're requesting for this, we'll go ahead and do the budget. But I know some of these items are budgeted into, could be budgeted into the existing external funds and existing general funds budget, or either ARPA dollars. So I just wanted to mention that as well, Speaker. But we'll go ahead and work with Honorable Eugene So on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, are we still on? Hello, is there anybody?
We go back to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman, yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, we're just trying to clarify what Honorable Eugene So's question is regarding the chapter stipends for Chinle agents or for Chinle chapter. Dr. Yellowman?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'm also here working with Mr. Lydell Davis. For Chinle chapter alone, the original chapter stipend amount is $3,000. Oh, I'm sorry. $33,078. The shortfall is 7,000, oh my God, sorry, 4,722 for a combined total amount of 37,800. So the combined total amount would be 37,800. We can send that in an email to the legislative office.
If you could send that to only to legislative council, but also to Mr. Manuel Rico at Legislative Services, and then also Honorable Eugene So. I appreciate that, Dr. Yellman.
Okay, we'll do that here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Question of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Henio.
Yes, Chairman. Question of privilege.
Yes, just thinking here. When the chapter stipends are allocated by community development, they use the 50-50 formula. And as we know, 50-50 formula, when the chapter with the large voting base comes up, they have more benefits. They get more money in each area. So therefore, my question to community development is, last year, FY21 budget, how much did Chinle chapter receive for chapter stipends? That's my question.
Question of privilege, Dr. Yellman.
Thank you, Speaker, and Adonana. Yeah, thank you, Chair Henio. We're looking up these numbers right now. If you can give us a minute, we'll pull up the last year's budget and the numbers.
Thank you, Dr. Yellman. That to answer that question, let me come back to you then, Dr. Yellman, for response. Hold on, colleagues.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Yellman, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. The Chinle agency, or the Chinle chapter, for FY21 allocation was 17,427. There were some shortfalls that were later fully addressed.
Thank you. With that, let's continue on down, colleagues. Moving on to with reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 56 seconds.
A point of order, Speaker, or point of privilege, actually.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Speaker, the questions that I have are specifically for veterans. I don't know, yesterday, Mr. Paulson Chaco answered questions as best as he could. Do we have anybody from the Veterans Administration on the line who can answer questions pertaining to the budget, Speaker? Before, I feel like this is actually something that time shouldn't be taken away if we're asking if the people who are presenting the budget before council is on the line. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. I will ask again if Mr. Zwarline, are you on the line?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is Paulson. Chaco.
Chaco.
Yes, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead. Are you, well, we're just checking to see if there's anybody on from the Veterans Administration.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Jim Zgorline will be available here in about another hour or so. I have him doing some work right now on the budget. So per our discussion this morning, Mr. Speaker, so he should be on the line within the hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's your question, Madam Chair.
I reserve my time.
Okay. 4 minutes, 54 seconds. Matt, moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So. I know you have 113 on the list. We haven't got a response. Our time, if there's a follow-up question to Department of Justice, I think they might still be reviewing the answer for you, Chairman, but you do have 113 in reserve time, Chairman.
I reserve. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute, 12 seconds. Huh? Okay, wait. That colleagues, is there any other comments, questions? Anybody in the queue at this time? I'll go back to reserve time.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Slater. Point of order.
Could I propose a recess for an hour so that those budget forms can be completed and then the council could reconvene to discuss that matter? Because I think a lot of us are interested in hearing that, and those who have reserved time have mentioned that. Thank you, Speaker.
Before I go back to a recess, I know that I do have Honorable Charlene So, who has reserved time, would like to speak at this time. Honorable Slater. So let me go to her first, and then I can re-clarify that, because this is who I have in reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crowley is waiting for an amendment. Honorable Charlene So would like to speak right now. Honorable Eugene So, I'm not too sure. Madam Chair, Charles Newton would like to speak on veterans, which will be probably about another hour. Honorable Daniel So, our chairman, our Honorable Daniels is in reserve time. Chairman Daniel So is waiting for a response from the Department of Justice. So I think they all concur on that, but I'd like to go back to Honorable Charlene So first before I go to a recess. Honorable Vice Chair Slater. So at this time, since there's nobody else, I'll go back to Honorable Charlene So in reserve time with 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Thank you, Zhe. I have one request and also a question. I know that there is a concern for our students getting the proper broadband internet connections, and a lot of these chapters some of them are shovel ready. But coming with this opportunity, I ask that my colleagues that we revisit this at the end of the discussion to give the opportunity for my fellow colleagues in their respective chapters to submit their proposals to be amended into it, as well as with Delcon broadband project. For the second one, after some time, I would like to hear from Navajo Government Development with the whole budget and business unit 101016. I know that eliminating some of these positions, and some of this has been in discussion. I would like to hear from them, Speaker, and my colleagues, and what has been done on their part and why these positions are unfilled, and what could be done as far as remedying some of these problems that we are seeing. I know that's a discussion that we need to thoroughly have. I do ask that, I know that there's 3 positions that are vacant right now, and how are we going to be proceeding forward with that, and then the budget's there. So along with that, also I would like to hear more about how the preparedness is for the chapters and LGA certified chapters that have been dealing with shortfalls year after year. I know that My Mexican Water chapter has been reappropriating some of their funds and budgets, and it hasn't been an equal balance across the board for some years. So in that part, I would like to reserve my time, Shajat. Thank you.
Two minutes and 15 seconds on reserve time. That we are reaching out is to the commission.
Mr. Speaker, can I speak? This is Delegate Otto.
Is to the text of the chair and the vice chair of the commission and the acting director. Okay, thank you. Honorable Charlene, so as soon as they get on, I will turn that over to them.
Point of privilege, speakers, Delegate Henio.
Are they on there now? They should be on there now. Point of privilege, Chairman Henio.
Yes, I don't know if, sorry, my phone dropped as soon as I asked the question regarding the FY21 stipend allocation for Chinle chapter, and I don't know if it was answered or not. I'm still wondering if it was answered or not.
Chairman Henio, Dr. Yellowman did give an update for that. She did answer that question.
Can I get the amount?
17,000, was it? $17,427. But she did indicate that, or Dr. Yellowman did indicate that there was a shortfall too as well. But that shortfall was actually fulfilled. Correct, Dr. Yellowman?
Fulfilled?
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker, for the question. Yes, we did request for a unmet supplemental request for last year's shortfall, and there was also an additional 2 extra meetings for last year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, then moving on down, Honorable Otto, so I put you in the queue. Honorable Eugene So with the reserve time, 3 minutes, 37 seconds. On Eugene So, going twice.
Hey,
Yes.
my phone went off about 20 minutes ago. I just now got back on. I got an amendment to put it on the floor, but I reserve my time for that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. That moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton's waiting. Honorable Daniels, 3 minutes, 43 seconds. Daniel's going twice, 3 minutes, 43 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time.
Thank you. 3 minutes and 42 seconds. That moving on down. Honorable Otto So. What was yours?
Yeah, actually,
No.
okay, thank you very much. So I did, that's into comprehensive budget money. Yes, one area, I guess I want to bring a point on the, I guess the broadband area, which was alluded to by Honorable Charlene So. I don't, Honorable Herman Daniels. I think a comprehensive a strategy is something that we need to look at pertaining to the broadband. That's just one of my recommendations. And then this morning also I had my chapter meeting, and we did talk about the stipend for the chapter stipend, and they are worried about the funding pertaining to the chapter stipend, and if there's a shortfall. And I guess somewhere we need to make sure that these chapter stipends are fully funded along with the grazing official, because I think so at the local level. And if there's we need to start looking at other places to get money. I think we have to have that dialogue, and we have to have all the delegates in place, and to have this conversation along with Dr. Pearl mentioned. We could have a strategy and try to find a route so that we have these adequate funds for our chapters at the local level. I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Dr. Yeoman for response. If there's any kind of chapter shortfalls at this time. I mean, chapter stipend shortfalls. Then Department of Ag, you'll be up next. And pertaining to raising officials. Dr. Yeoman.
Okay. Again, thank you, Speaker. Speaker Damon Otto non-national Delegate Otto. So we have been working on our report on the budget, chapter budget stipend. Depending on the length of time, I can give a quick summary, or we could go into a little bit more detail. We have been in discussion with our oversight, RDC, and had a work session with RDC and BNF to demonstrate or to explain some of the numbers that we arrived to. And then since then, that conversation has led to us exploring previous laws and legislations, along with how formulas have been applied or not been applied. So I'll give a quick overview, Speaker, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. So since the three-branch government and the fiscal year 2022 general fund budget allocations were awarded from OPVP on July 8th, DCD and the chapters, the Navajo Nation chapters, DCD, we received an annual budget amount of $4.9 million. The Navajo Nation chapter stipend was awarded or allocated $14,953,059. The general wage allocations, for 65 non-certified chapters was $180,597. I'll pause there because one question will be, how did the 14.9 million arrive? So we'll pause there. When all the chapters, business unit numbers, and formulas are combined or addressed with the fringe benefit, the total number with all 5 agencies, including the fringe benefits, equals $11,314,486. The general fund personnel and fringe benefit is those are our chapter staff, CSCs, etc. So then we subtract the 14.9 million from the general fund personnel and fringe benefit, and we get a remaining amount of $3.638,573. That's the amount that we then allocate to the chapter stipend. Back to that original question, how does OMB get to the 14.9 million? So our thought is, as Delegate Otoso said, how do we prevent this from happening again? Well, that 14.9 million is a discussion that happens either with the 3 branches or with the 3 branches and then the allocations to the executive branch. If that number could be advised during that time for fixed costs, our recommendation is that it's a fixed cost at the 3 branch discussion, or that it is fully funded at that point so that we avoid any further lingering down the road that result in shortfalls. The other scenario is we minus from the personnel and fringe benefit first, because if we do that and there's a possible shortfall for fringe benefits and personnel, there may be less restrictive funds to assist personnel. Those are some other recommendations that we're providing to RDC and BNF. I'll get to the shortfall here. What is legislated is that there are 12 planning meetings and 12 regular meetings at the annual cost amount of $3.9 million for the chapters. That's $3,960,000. What we have been allocated from DCD, we have been allocating or reserving more than that. We have been allocating 12 planning meetings, 12 regular meetings, and 4 agency and district meetings. However, the agency and district meetings are not legislated. They've been in addition. In addition to that, last year, we not only requested for an unmet need at now, how many meetings is this? 24 plus 4 is 28. So not only have we been requesting for 28 meetings, we added 2 more meetings per President Nez. So we are funding way more than the legislated amount. what we've been requesting for is 4,158,000. That's more than what is the legislated meeting for the chapters. But if we go back to the 14 million that I mentioned early on, and if we redo or withdraw our, or let me stop. The short term goal here would be to fully fund the chapters. The estimated, or what we submitted, was for 519,000. But if we take out those extra 2 meetings that we had been requesting for in the past, we're only short, or there would be a shortfall of 321,000. So right now we're requesting to keep the 2 extra meetings in and fund all of the chapter stipend plus the 2 extra meetings that we had been adding in. And our unmet need supplemental request is 519,000. If we do take out those meetings, the shortfall will decrease for this 2022. Again, the long-term goal is that during the 3-branch meeting, when the annual allocations are made, that is when it is a fixed cost amount, and we're preparing our recommendations for that discussion in our meeting with RDC. Thank you, Speaker. Those are a lot of numbers. I hope we do have a presentation and a report to share, and when we're completed, we will be sending that out to leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on down to Department of Agriculture, or Mr. Dr. Shabala, in regards to the possible shortfall of grazing officials.
Good morning, Speaker Damon. That's the Rudy R. Shabala.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, yate isn't I do that's no stangy fish and na ding na so yate been na take it Chanela out of so grazing committee quite or hahoya ha the FY 2022 based on that aki Ponel na ya ni hachete at a net and shito ni executive branch divisions. Ako eben nachet the bebenant I Ponel na FY 2021 mandate on the Ako aza honanel na go for FY 2022 papi hinta seats to eben laho to eben go to ko with RDC betahan danil so aro stand not the next day in aro satin habenani day the initial ta peso ya na ni ayo ni honal ya ko question do Leo Watchman, East Department of Agriculture Director, out on the Division of Natural Resources, based on the Spinigi, Brenda Holgate, do East so it what Edo list aro ben hitahan nan stado do job ben hitahan nan stago Leo Watchman East or like I said, Brenda Holgate, a shahashan and I.
think they're on. Is Holgate, Mr. Watchman on the line? I had to press *6. Ms. Holgate, Mr. Watchman.
Speaker, this is Rudy Archibald. I was just on the phone with Leo, so maybe he's having difficulty.
*6.
But I don't know. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if my answer is what Delegate Otoso was asking. Sonoma Delegate Otoso.
Okay. If that concludes your response, then we can continue on.
Oh, yes, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, anybody else? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. I don't believe that there's amendments already. Is Ms. Stedman on the line? Ms. Stedman? Chairwoman Dedman from Government Development Commission.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm here, sir.
Good afternoon. And I guess Vice Chair Dale is on the line too as well.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here.
Good afternoon. There was a question from Honorable Charlene So earlier. Correct. I do believe if I can remember correctly, there was guidance. I guess there was questions on the 3 vacancies. What is the commission doing to working together to get those vacancies filled?
Mr. Speaker, may I?
Yes, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Joanne Dedman, Chairperson of the Commission on Navajo Government Development. In regards to staff vacancies at the Office of Navajo Government Development, at this time, there is only 1 vacancy as of yesterday, September 7, which is the Executive Director's position. Otherwise, we do have 1 administrative assistant, Mr. Tav Begay. We do have 2 policy analysts, Ms. Lorena Ateen and Dwayne Crank. We have 2 research assistants, Ms. Sharon Sorrell and Mr. Tristan Black, and we have 1 office specialist, Wanda Yazi. Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Well, let me clarify that. Honorable Charlene, so that was your question, correct? Maybe I misheard.
Yes, and I assume the time that I did look at these open positions, it was at the time it was being filled. Is that correct?
Let me go back to Ms. Dedman or Mr. Dale, Commissioner Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Shannon Tai, Honorable Charlene. So thank you for the question. You're absolutely correct. When the vacancy listings were printed, they were printed as of, I think, the end of June. So within that time, since June, since July 1st, those vacant positions have since been filled. So the information in the current budget on the vacancy listings are a little bit dated. So what we do have on there is currently the fill positions.
Thank you. Right?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel. Can I make a comment?
With that, let me go back to Charlene So was waiting on the response. Honorable Eugene So was waiting on an amendment. Madam Chair Charles Nguyen is waiting on veterans. Honorable Daniel, 3 minutes, 42 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. I don't know hearing from Navajo Government Development Commission. I don't know chairwoman. I don't get the issue on the positions that are vacant. I thought the executive director position was filled Sunday, but I guess not. I don't know what's going on. Council, where the oversight on Navajo government development. What I would like to suggest is to have a meeting with them. Navajo government development. Maybe a separate meeting with the Navajo government development. Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
This is Delegate So.
Okay, reserve time, 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Yes, Honorable Charlene, so I'll come back to you once I get a response. What we can do is we can set up an updated committee meeting with the commission. I don't believe Ms. Dedman or Mr. Dale would be encouraged to have some kind of update meeting with the commission, and we can work to schedule that around working with the different chairs of the committees. So we'll work on that. Ms. Dedman, Chairwoman Dedman, and Vice Chair Dale will just be expecting some kind of formal notice and written in writing. That.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairwoman Dedman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. We are open to a meeting and we will look out for the memo.
Okay, thank you. With that, Honorable So is waiting for a follow-up from DOJ. Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time. Then I'll go back to Honorable Charlene So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With this time again, Honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. The other is, since we have the division director on the line from the Department of Natural Resources, the other concern is the EPA. I've been informed that we have a couple of EPA agents resigning due to the fact of the uncertainty, unstableness inside the EPA office. The other is that we understand that there is some positions were just done away with existing positions that are where people are working. But it's not the positions out; they just did away with those positions, and that's another concern that I have. And I just got wind of this yesterday. I'm not too sure if the other council, but I know this is the oversight issue with, or oversight concern from Resources and Development Committee. But out here, we are their elected representatives. Don't talk to your council delegates. And it really brings concerns. brings the concern on this. The Nevenant Ajilonha Ishaven na a Arabic Yada Kid Nabajanido Yandal the local level from the leadership at the Winter Rock level. I call A so Halahot A Lashanant Mr. Rudy Shabala. Ideya, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 27 seconds. That, I'm gonna go to Mr. Shabala, Dr. Shabala, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Aro Shanala, Odo. So, and I share the Martin Kidido, Bahan Egido, a Shalasto, Dana under the Satan, Odo, Aro Shea, Jake at behind Sigi, according to Bahonisi. Aro EPA, at Oben Dahan it's a separate division. You say Division of Natural Resources, but it's obviously a separate entity. But we are responsible through the General Land Development Department, or Fish and Wildlife Department, or Department, clearances, biological resource compliance forms. Under the right of ways that ATNR bedati and upon so yasa yans the Lindan so Evan Saskation and Chanel thank you very, very much.
Thank you for the response. That, we'll go back to Honorable Charlene. So, Honorable Charlene, so.
This is that. On some grounds, I do agree with Shajat, Honorable Daniels, and Honorable Shahni Dequa, Executive Director position AI Danquesa, the Hanaz Mission and I've been getting some calls lately, calls that the government development AI we haven't been getting much of a report from them. We're not fully aware of it, and I'm looking forward to this meeting to occur with that department. And now, we're reviewing a lot of these budgets. It's about time, these departments and divisions. We need to look thoroughly into it. Resources. And some of these positions, we're getting reports that there are relationships between workers and commission members, and what these investigations right now, we're going against the word of what we say as far as transparency and equal opportunity, and we're not really standing beside that. So if that, I would also like to hear in part from these division directors, especially from Dr. Cecilia Fowler, and what is exactly going on and why that executive director position is vacant at this time. I reserve my time. Thank you, Shaja.
Reserve your time at 33 seconds. Where is this? 33 seconds. Let me go to first this is since this is we're starting to cross the line when we're trying to get into personnel issues. Ms. Barboff, could you give guidance before, and then I'll go to Ms. Fowler after that.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. You are correct that you are straying into personnel issues. I think that questions can probably be addressed after a meeting with the Commission, the Government Development Commission. This discussion should not be taking place at this time in public. It probably needs to be a more private conversation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Is Ms. Fowler on the line?
Yes, this is Dr. Papilia Fowler. I am on the line.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
There was a question.
Yes. Oh, yes. I was kitty. The personnel will any banahit any oya abahas he dana isn't do dij a personnel handa nishi donut ani lini banahat on oya abahas he aja ya hashine lanshin sahonda betel ka do koda bebesh jahada ethical practice that don't know kodisa that he dan lini hajobing that est that don't know no kid e sato shananish ish ido saho that is nish ishi na kodeo yuin hitchet yen hilta had net do edo that bet nida ado bada has ne edo that bet nida john that il kai sato ishon habahono sendole I see Banahat Ido be itadot isto no nal sos baka osa do executive session osa go the Banahast Ido ya hot abahast hiki it ahibena when hitishnawa. It is when you're discussing personnel, it is a sensitive matter. I rather to be on the safe side have you put something in writing and then ask for an executive session. That way we can involve the members that are involved. However, I'm not purview to some of these investigations that are going on, and they're a bit sensitive, and I'd rather have it discussed in executive session. So this is one that we may have to go that route, but I think we're discussing budgets right now. I understand your question about a lot of these vacancies. From the get-go, we have tons and tons of vacancies, and you're all aware that we recently have people that are retiring, that are resigning, and to be in this situation during a pandemic, and we're looking at relying on each of the division directors to reevaluate their personnel. And if there are possible abolishment of some of these positions that we may not need and moving funds elsewhere, that was some of the tasks that was given to us way prior to the start of the budget, because this is what we were anticipating. And I can also provide an update to our oversight of the number of current vacant positions is the current ones that we're looking at hopefully fill, because we do have a couple of job fairs that are lined up. Those are specifically for the current vacant position. As far as positions that are becoming vacant from retirement or either resignations, those are the ones that are being reevaluated by the division directors. We are doing our best in filling those positions, but we're relying on each of the division directors and programs to update all the information if they want it advertised or if there are any lateral transfers. So those are some of the things that we are doing. So we're kindly requesting that you all bear with us. But if we need to further discuss personnel, I recommend that we do an executive session.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ophelia Fowler for that response. With that, again, we are in a budget session. We will be working together as a request from Honorable Daniels to the commission and Commission Chairwoman Deadman and Vice Chair did indicate that they're open to that, having that meeting. And we can schedule that as soon as next week with the commission and moving forward to have that further discussion, colleagues. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have one of our new colleagues in the queue. I have Honorable Yellow Hair. So Honorable Yellow Hair, at this time, the floor is yours on the main motion. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yet, good afternoon. I was on mute. Yet, Speaker of Navajo Nation Council, Damon Shad, out of 24 councilman. Yet, good afternoon. Discussing a FY22 comprehensive budget. If I'm the right order, Speaker, please, I may be outside a little bit. This is what pertains to a under agriculture. My concern was that the medicines are too high under that agriculture's office. I was talking to Mr. Leo Watchman to assist me with a do a language to understand, and majority of our people, their only welfare income is what they get, so they don't have enough money to pay for higher cost medicines. Due to that, people taking their livestock off reservation too, because of lower costs. It is about this thing. So this is information I'd like to question Mr. Leo Watchman, Speaker Damon, and also others in legislative and executive branch and judicial branch here. Those here, I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable here. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Is Mr. Watchman on the line now?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is Leo Watchman, Department of Agriculture.
Okay. Honorable here. Mr. Watchman's on the line. Your question, Honorable here.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah, I'll listen. Thank you.
Mr. Watchman, I don't know if you got his question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did.
Okay.
As mentioned by Delegate Yellowhair, he did call and talk to me regarding, I guess, some of the ongoing questions he've had regarding the vet clinic and the medical costs, medication costs, as well as services. I did reach out, and I think he also reached out to myself. What we plan to do is answer more formally in terms of a memorandum to his question, but for the sake of the committee here, there's kind of a twofold answer to the question. One is that the vet clinic operates on a proprietary fund, but the proprietary fund basically buys medication. So with that being stated, all of our proprietary funds are projected based on revenue. So we have to basically charge for any kind of medication and also have to return that money back to the nation within a 12-month period. They're projected. So we project our sales, and we do not have any costs. We don't have any markup costs. We sell it at cost. Probably the questions that we're looking into is how can we gain more buying power to get maybe discount drugs or maybe move it to another vendor. It goes back to the nation's overall, issue regarding our payment history. Sometimes when we order, even though there's a purchase order in place or there's some form of security that a company will, give us their supply, we don't pay for months at a time. So basically the burden is on them at that point, even if they gave us a good deal. So that's the other part to the issue that when it comes to medication. But you can probably buy medication online if you have the method to pay right there, and you can buy it at a discount price. The other issue is the proprietary fund also runs a payment process through the Navajo Nation, so you can basically defer your payment, so you're on payroll deduction. So that's the other reason why at times the cost may be not discounted, because the nation has to wait 3 to 4 months for their money from an individual to pay. Lastly, if we were to generally fund and pay for these medical supplies, then it could be a part of a service. The service could be discounted, or it would only be, they would maybe not have to pay for medication as opposed to, I guess the example would be, we do castrations, or when we do PZP for mares, the medication is paid for. The customer doesn't pay for that. So I think it's more of a matter of working with Delegate Yellowhair's concern over how can we get these medical supplies out to the needy Navajo, the needy producer that really needs them and they can't afford it. The quick answer would be to generally fund that, pay for medication, and I think that's where the misunderstanding is. We don't generally fund any medication. We basically borrow money from the nation through a proprietary fund, and we have to collect. And if we are short, we then would have to repay or do not get that ceiling level every year. So, Mr. Chair, I think there are other programs or some opportunities down here in the road here would be under the VET program has a couple legislation that are moving along. One particular is another VET assistant or VET personnel. Within that, we could put medical supplies, which will be a no-cost medical supply based on the service. But that hasn't been approved yet. I guess with the wishes of the council, or in terms of setting aside some monies that will directly pay, that would be the other alternative. Mr. Chair, hopefully I answered the question. I do understand Delegate Yellowhair's concern overall, telling us that we're overcharging, but unfortunately, that's what we get it at, and we sell it at cost. If we have better buying power, we might be able to give a discount and pass it on to the consumer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you for that response. All right, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue. I don't have an amendment ready on reserve time for Madam Chair McCarty. Honorable Charlene, so 33 seconds. Twice. Or 3 times. Eugene, so 3 minutes and, we were waiting for an amendment, 3 and 16 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Lewin is waiting for veterans. You don't believe Mrs. Orline's on the line yet. Daniels 237. Honorable Daniels, on reserve time.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I could I'd like to request for a recess, maybe an hour, so we can get those amendments ready. Mr. Speaker, reserve.
226. I'll go into recess. I'm just waiting for, I don't have anybody, Chairman Daniel So Anybody from the Department of Justice want to, ready for response to Chairman Daniel So's question?
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel Rodas.
Mel. Good afternoon, Mel.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Speaker and members of the council, I apologize I wasn't on the line earlier when the question was asked, but my understanding, based on my colleague relaying the message to me, is that the question was whether chapters would qualify for E-rate, whether they would meet the definition of a library, and therefore be eligible for E-rate. So schools and libraries are eligible for benefits under the E-rate program. And I just looked into what is the definition of a library. Chapters would not meet the traditional definition of a library. So under E-rate, libraries have to meet the definition found in the Library Services and Technology Act of 1996. So basically, it has to be either a public library, a public elementary school or secondary school library, an academic library, a research library that makes publicly available library services for scholarly research, or a private library where the state in which the library is located determines that it's a library. So we need to look into that a little bit further, because I don't know if the definition of state would also include a tribal government. And then in terms of the other question about ONSAT, legal issues that may have been related to ONSAT, we need to look into that further. So, Mr. Speaker and members of council, with your permission, we would like to respond to this in writing after we have additional information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, then I would register a legislative concern, and I would request Office of Legislative Counsel to help draft a legislative concern to which the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission shall be refrained from applying for the E-rate rates on behalf of the chapters. And again, it's related to the way it was alleged, and the E-rate rate, I think, would end up being an audit finding, and that's the reason I'm bringing the issue. I will, during the recess, I will communicate with Legislative Counsel to help draft the legislative concern. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time, and I would, if need be, request fellow colleagues to give me the balance of their reserve time in case I need it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
At this time, you use up your time, Chairman Daniel. So,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rodas, yes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify my previous statement, sir, and Honorable So as well. There is a possibility that chapters could qualify as a private library, but we just need to look into it further. For example, if the chapters had public computers available for chapter members to do online learning and research. So, but we need to determine if the state would have to approve that as a private library, or a public library, such as an academic library, or if that's something that the tribal government the Navajo Nation government would determine. So essentially what I'm saying is, even though chapters don't look like traditional libraries, we would have to look into further whether it meets that last definition of a private library. Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clarify a few things. My name is Donovan Pete from the Navajo Nation Library.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. You can be brief. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the branch libraries would be considered a tribal library. Both the state of Arizona and the state of New Mexico librarians have waived the requirement for a circulated library. So in this case, books being able to be checked in, checked out, they have waived that requirement for 5 years. So within that 5-year time frame, that we will have a functioning library at these chapter sites. Some chapter houses have referred to in being able to expanding their own chapter houses to accommodate books as well as a integrated library system. Also with the Navajo Nation Consortium, Library Consortium, we'll also have one computer at each chapter house. So those who do agree will have a router switch as well as a computer so that they can access library services at each one. And this will all be provided by the Department of Diné Education. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That.
Donovan Pete. Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. With that, let me continue on then. Eugene, so I can come back to you on reserve time. Honorable Keon Begay, I did put you in the queue. I heard somebody else, so. Or maybe that was it. Chairman Yazzie, I can put you in the queue.
Yes, okay.
That we go back to reserve to finishing out reserve time. Honorable Otto, so 1 minute, 27 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate these conversations pertaining to the budget, but I'll reserve my time at this time. Thank you.
1 minute, 19 seconds. Nobody over here is waiting for oh, I already went to him. Okay. All right, with that, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay. What's yours? On the main motion.
Chairman, Speaker, good afternoon. I don't think I'm good evening, it's Chair Delegate. So, the E-Rector Library that I believe that we could get a clarification overall. Based on the apply the if we could be able to get a direct overall plan by the telecommunication office, I mean, that would probably clarify a lot of these areas that's being discussed. Former outside companies that handle it, and that's how the nation were involved. They internally, I believe that the Navajo Nation office is doing a lot of these planning. So And that's why I've been requesting through the point of privilege to get all these documents and information to be presented to the council so that we have a full understanding about the overplan, about the broadband and internet service infrastructure. Washington, we're getting discounted in working with the chapter because they're integrating a lot of these things, the local schools and stuff. Speaker, maybe that would be one thing that I think that I need to reiterate that we really need to get a good, concise information from the telecommunication office to the council about the broadband overall plan on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Speaker, thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you. That on Bacambi, again, we have reached out to Mr. Vicente, and we are continuing to reach out to the outside entities at this time. There's a draft our memo being forwarded over for immediate response. Again, on the bigger picture for the build out or for their plan, and then also their immediate response. Those might be two different variables, but I don't know if Mr. Vicente is on the line at this time. I know we were trying to reach out to him.
Speaker Damon, if I may, this is Brent Nelson with the Department of Education. I have the Navajo Nation E-rate Consortium team on the line. If you want us to provide some responses to Honorable Delegate So's E-rate questions and some of the things that had been shared with you thus far. So we're on standby. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, Speaker, this is Chris Vicente.
Hey, I know, Mr. Vicente, Mr. Nelson, thank you. I know there was specific ask of Mr. Vicente, if you heard that, to have that give an overview. I know that on a bigger plan, that might take some time for you to develop that report to the council. But if you could just give an overview, and then I'll go to Mr. Nelson after that.
Excellent. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, or good guests as we're transitioning to the afternoon. Good afternoon, 24th Navajo Nation Council. And of course, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. So I appreciate everyone's interest in around E-rate. So that's currently in the works. One of the things that was mentioned was the creation of the Navajo Nation E-rate Consortium, because one of the things that we have to stress is that the E-rate projects are going to go well beyond into 2023, 2024. So again, the goal of this is to try and get every chapter house connected. And with what was mentioned earlier regarding the library's eligibility to be considered a library, we did work with the state libraries with New Mexico and Arizona, and they if without them, this project wouldn't have been possible. So we're just trying to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's with the E-rate project. So, but as far as the overall projects, again, E-rate is going to go hand in hand with future development for telecommunications throughout the Navajo Nation. So if we're able to utilize E-rate and get fiber in every possible direction as throughout the Navajo Nation, great. We have middle mile infrastructure there. And that's where we have to start focusing on the last mile infrastructure. So with the most recent meeting within the past 30 days, Delegate Kiel and Delegate Freeland, myself, went to meet with the ACA broadband director for state of Arizona, Jeff Sobotka. So one of the things that we're stressing is that if we're working middle mile infrastructure, we're trying to see about future opportunities for funding from the state of Arizona to help start collaborating with final mile and last mile infrastructure throughout the Navajo Nation. So for as an example, Delegate Elmer Begay did mention that their community did complete their broadband assessment and their planning. The other community was Kayenta as well. So that was mentioned when I did meet with Mr. Sabotka with the ACA about potential future opportunities to possibly tap that funding that's going to be coming out in the next 2 months for either broadband planning, if not basically the installation of the last mile infrastructure through these areas that have completed their broadband assessments. So there's when you look at the picture holistically, everything's going to tie hand in hand together and work together. When if the middle mile's there, then we got to start working on the last mile. One of the things that I have to also stress, and I want to share with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, is I basically have 1 year left. And the way I see it is I want to make sure that folks that are employees with the Navajo Nation are in the know and have the capability and understanding to continue carrying out projects. Because again, the E-rate project is going to go well beyond 2022. So for the sake of sustaining the project to make sure it hits 100% success, I want to make sure that we're working with permanent employees on Navajo Nation for the E-rate project. So that's where the Navajo Nation E-rate consortium was created, which comprises of 3 different individuals: Pearl Lee with NNTU, Brent Nelson with Doty, as well as Norbert Nez with DCD. So each of these individuals will be working on a project. So I'm going to try and summarize it as best as I can for the sake of time. But the other question, as far as the overall assessment of Navajo Nation, that's going to have to be one thing that I would like to request is a future NOD meeting. And I already notified each of the service providers with that request from Delegate Kealan Begay regarding what they're looking to do and how they're wanting to utilize possible ARPA, if not grant funding, to, again, help close the digital divide throughout the Navajo Nation. With the previous report from NTUA, one of the things that we're trying to explore is fiber to the home, because we like to use wireless as much as we can, but again, wireless can only handle so much traffic. The one thing that's always at the top of my mind is, in case FCC ever redefines the definition of broadband, which currently 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up, that's the one thing we need to stay ahead of. So if we have the capabilities, such as communities like Window Rock, Fort Defiance, Kayenta, Tuba City, those where you have clusters of homes together, basically the home density is quite high and they're close enough to make it efficient to consider fiber connections to each and every home. That's where we want to focus on last mile, as well as utilizing wireless. But again, these things we're trying to, the commissioners as well as NNTRC is just trying to look on future proofing as much as we can, because again, if the definition of broadband is ever redefined by FCC, those folks that want to use the Lifeline credit, which is $34.25 for those individuals who are eligible for that credit within tribal territories, they can use that credit to offset and basically discount their monthly recurring cost for internet service, so long as they meet the speed requirements defined under the definition of broadband. So I would like to request a future meeting, possibly a NABI session. I'm completely open to it. One of the things that I do want to present to the 24th Navajo Nation Council is all the ARPA projects that we have collected, but we have to request an executive session for that particular request. So possible 2 different work sessions with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, again through a NABI work session. One of them we can just focus on ARPA, but that's going to have to be an executive session between NNRC and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And for that reason is we have service providers that are going to be competing with each other regarding the ARPA consideration. So what we want to do is we want to maintain all that information as a clearinghouse. And yes, maintain it as a clearinghouse, make some recommendations, and that's an extent of where we're going to go. We just want to compile all that information so everyone can see it on a map, they can see it on an Excel document, and they can see what potential projects that's up for consideration with ARPA. And once we get to the other project once we get to the next work session where we meet with each service providers, that could be an open work session with public. So again, what we're going to do is just for the sake of protecting each of the service providers' interest in utilizing ARPA funding, we just want to act like a clearinghouse and make recommendations, because one of the tools that we're trying to use is GIS software to make these decisions. So none of the projects are biased or favored in any shape or form. If we can use GIS software to make these decisions for us, it'll at least once we load all the necessary information that with what we know now, like such as tower locations and what kind of services are currently out there, that will help the GIS software basically again, just using the software just to help expand into areas that we know that don't have service. So technically what we want to pursue is unserved and underserved territories. Unserved meaning 0 cell phone service and maybe 1 bar. Underserved meaning if they're not receiving the internet speeds of 25 down and 3 up. So I would like to just summarize this as much as I can, because I do have a lot more to speak to. I would like to request 2 separate work sessions. Again, back in May, middle of May, I did distribute the document when I did present to NABI. I'll have to look for the exact date, but during that time, I did distribute to each of the delegates all the project listings that we did receive, as well as a KML or KMZ file where you could see all the projects on a map if you have Google Maps loaded. So again, that's Speaker, if that's a potential opportunity for those 2 future work sessions, I'm definitely up for it. And that will conclude everything that I have for right now. And I hope this provides a sufficient answer for right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pacenti. With that, Mr. Nelson, would you like to add anything on?
Good afternoon again, the Nomination Council, and also Speaker Damon. And thank you again, Chris, for providing responses to Delegate So's questions regarding E-rate. And I do agree with Chris. There's a lot of information, details that is pretty lengthy in terms of providing feedback to Delegate So's E-rate questions. But to a certain degree, I guess to bring this all together, with the findings that was in question, we did have legal support on this, and we did address the findings that was presented from USAC. The Navajo Nation Consortium team also did consult E-rate services through Infinity Communications, and Mr. Fred Brinkman, who is on the line, has been part of the E-rate initiative for chapter libraries and then also for our Head Start programs. So through these relationships, we addressed the findings that were in question and proceeded forward with approval to apply for FY20 grant application, and then also for FY21. And we've applied for 100 and all the 110 chapters on both Arizona, New Mexico, and then also Head Start centers in both states. We did get matching funds, of course, through to both states that was required through USAC, which was a 10% match, and 90% of it, of course, was provided by USAC, the Universal Services Administration Commission. So I'd like to have my other consortium members, including Mr. Brigman, who's on the line, maybe to provide a little bit more information in regards to answering some of the questions that was presented thus far from Chairman. So, Fred, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Fred Brigman. Can you hear me okay?
Mr. Nelson, is this in regards
Yes,
to
Fred.
who had the question? Whose question?
Yeah,
Speaker, question of privilege.
Questions on
Delegate Daniel So.
Hold on, Mr. Nelson. Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
Sure.
Didn't Mr. Chris Vicente request a work session?
Yes. Well, not right. I mean, just informally just now. We haven't received anything, Chairman.
Yes, and referring the basic question and then just going through this cohort answering. Is this kind of like ganging up on my questions? So my question of privilege is, let's move on. The E-rate special NABI session can be scheduled at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That's why I was just now going back to asking about the referral questions. So, and that's why I just recognized Mr. Nelson to speak on behalf of the consortium. Mr. Nelson, what we're going to do is, with the assistance from the Telecommunications and Mr. Chris Vicente, and also the request that Honorable Keelan Gay indicated earlier, Ms. Yazzie, about us bringing in the outside entities to be readily there to prepare for that conversation. We will invite everyone to the table for that work session. We'll be depending on Mr. Vicente's leadership on that in order for us to go ahead and draft that agenda and make sure that we can prepare that work session for the NABI committee. So again, thank you everyone for presenting here before us today. So with that, colleagues, let me continue on down. I know right now I have Chairman Yazzie in the queue on the main motion. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's online, and also to the sponsor on the legislation. Just one thing, since we're talking about broadband and all, if I can ask my favorite 505J, Mr. So, Chairman So, if you could put on the next HISI meeting, Fort Wingate. Fort Wingate does not have any cell service at the Bear Den. And so when the Bear Cubs and Big Bears play sports or go to school, there is no cell service. So if we can somehow address that. If I would have known about this, I would have added it on like Delcon did. That was, a good thing that they got that going. So that's what I just want to put on the radar, Chair So and Education Committee, and also to the individuals that are on, that we put Fort Wingate on the radar for their cell service. And so with that, Speaker, sir, I know what we're going into recess. Maybe we ought to just go until tomorrow and get everything in line. So that way tomorrow we can just talk about the amendments that needs to be added on, vote on it, and get the budget moving forward. So maybe a whole day off, not a day off, but a day of recess to get everything together, sir. So I wanted to share that. I reserve my time, sir.
3:29.
Timekeeper, are you online?
What was it?
3:29.
Thank you very much. Chairman,
Point of privilege.
reserve your time at 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
Okay, how many minutes, Speaker?
3:29.
329, I go ahead and give the rest of my time to Chair So, sir.
Chairman Daniel So. Okay, I'll forward that time over to Chairman Daniel So. That's on the main motion. With that, let me go back. I think I heard Madam Chair Charles Newton with a question of privilege.
Yes, Speaker, I did raise, it was actually a point of privilege. Speaker, I think that going into recess for the rest of the day might be a good idea. And the only reason is we don't have people available to answer questions. And I feel like we're just kind of spinning our wheels here, waiting for them to get on the line. Perhaps maybe sending an email to all the division directors, reminding them that they presented budgets before this council asking for money, and the fact that they're not making themselves available for questions, puts us in a situation where we're basically stalling because we have questions regarding the budget. And it is our fiduciary duty, Speaker, to ask these questions on behalf of the people that we represent, which is the entire Navajo Nation, but also to specific groups, in this case, the veterans. So, Speaker, if we, as was proposed by Delegate Edmund Yazzie, if we were to recess for the rest of the day, would that give Legislative Council enough time to make the amendments needed so that tomorrow we can just go straight into proposing amendments, Speaker?
Okay, thank you for your question of privilege. As of this time, it's all variables on the different amendments that are being proposed. I can go back to Ms. Barbroff to answer that question and her guidance on what recommendation she has on these amendments. Because as of right now, the only one that I know that's waiting for a response for an amendment is Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Honorable Eugene So, and that is it. Oh, maybe
point of privilege.
Honorable Daniel. So, Madam Chair, our Honorable, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I will give you a rundown of the amendments we have pending and or waiting for more information. One, we have not gotten any of the information for the Veterans Program as was discussed today, this morning, so that one's still waiting. We have finished up and distributed to the amendments section a condition of appropriation amendment for Eugene, so he should have that. That one's ready to go. We are just sending out an amendment that has to do with for the prosecutor's office for Chairwoman Charles Newton. That one should be arriving in just a second. We also are working on amendments for Delegate Crotty for the Navajo Utah Commission and DED. We have the Navajo Utah Commission amendment ready to go. We're still waiting on information from DED. We are waiting for more information from Chairman Daniels So on the legislative concern, so that one's still pending. And then we also have a request from Delegate Eugene So to deal with an invoice or some funding for Chinley's chapter. I think it's for the chapter for an outstanding invoice, but we need to identify an account that those funds will come from. So I think that's the status of, we also are waiting on information from Delegate Slater for an amendment. So that's where we're at, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbroff. With that, there was a, going back to the main motion, Chairman Yazzie had 3 minutes and 29 seconds, and he is handing that time over to you, Chairman Daniel. So you have 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
Speaker, I'm still waiting for a response from Navajo Nation Department of Justice. It would be contingent upon their response. Is there a chance I can reserve it?
No.
Okay, in that case, then I would request that we have a legislative and attorney privileged response from Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the ONSTAT debacle, and to see if there is a we've been cleared by the gosh, I lost my place. Cleared by the administration. Gosh. The Universal Service Administration companies, where would the Navajo Nation would be eligible for the E-rate funds. I think that's basic to going forward on any issue, even though there's assurance from the cadre of folks that tried to answer my questions. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that that would be expressed in a legislative concern. Ms. Barbroff, I hope I'm clear in expressing what would be written in a legislative concern. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair Edmund Yazzie, thank you for the donating your reserved time.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, I guess Ms. Barbroff, with you and your team members working together with Mr. Rodas to develop that formal response. We're good? Anybody get that from?
We're good.
All right, Mr. Rodas, you guys, these are close to your office too as well. Mr. Rodas?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. That. Okay, so you colleagues, you did hear the rundown. I don't have anybody else in the queue, but I am going to go back to reserve time just in case if anybody is still wanting to ask specific questions. As you know, this is council session, and I didn't have anybody that actually stated that there was they just raised the option of adjourning for the day. I mean, recessing.
Come back to me, Speaker.
So, Honorable Charlene So, you have 33 seconds.
I bring up these concerns because we're in budget season, and in past times, our government isn't thriving as it should be. We're still not in the advancement stage. And, this is the time I figured that we as council can buckle down on some of these divisions and directors. And I know that we're not getting the response now. Aside from it being a personal matter, but I hope that you guys can see it from my perspective. And on the second case, what these vacant positions, how many of them have been set aside? In so many years, these vacant positions have been open, and it's the same ones. But for that transition of funds, for it to cover up some expenditures and unforeseen expenses, all of that, how many have those funds been pulled from those vacant positions to cover those expenses? That's one of my questions at this point, because if it's not going to be filled, some of these positions need to be re-looked at and removed from the from postings and from so forth, from all the budgets. That's my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene. So with that, let me go back to Dr. Fowler.
Yad Eshiyash, Shidintash, Koditash. Okay. Yad Eshiyash, Aroshte, Nadin Kiddy. We are Bakwishne, Nidada, Ad Adi Ataladena, Anin Lini, Bahnasla, Hane La Eya, O. Opo ol ka do han za go the quiz ka the queen the queen na he jo eat epe na slat la dena anin leni nza go opo ol ka ho jo e do sa den zenda ado e ha jon de no il o na ha so go na ha to so Beson leni such nado aho jo edo ani hipe ni hinaho ni tapet on ni ako ani den nzago beta ol kaho de jish akonda ape aja bahnasla ni he kodo Department of Personnel Management ni nini na nishlato yo ol kahi ni he kodo Bood ka bitni ahon ne bitni bood ka dan hisnini binna atihut bood ka. We are aware that these positions have been posted for such a long time. We are looking at reasons why people are not applying, and it's probably some reasons are due to our salary infrastructure. Our salaries are not competitive. Those are some of the things that we're re-evaluating as a personnel task force. We are looking at doing another study. We did receive a study, and we have not met some of these numbers to where we want to make sure that some of these wages are accurate. So that's what we're tasked with, and that's what we're working on. And we can no longer use the pandemic as an excuse. I'm not creating an excuse, but we did, it was given to each of the division director to reevaluate their personnel, look at the advertisement listing. If they have been advertised for 6 months or more, even to 3 to 4 or 5 years, maybe they don't need a position. Maybe they dealt without this position during the pandemic. Again, that's up to each division and program to reevaluate or even to abolish these positions. We are pulling some of them that have been posted for such a long time, but we can't just pull it off. We have to work collaboratively with each of the program, division, and then program supervisors. You know, we want them to reevaluate, maybe look to revisit the salary structure. So we are, again, like I said, we are doing the best that we can, and I can put a push on this. You know, I'm willing to do that. And if I have to go through each one of these divisions and meet with them and say, listen, this was posted for such a long time, let's pull it. You know, we don't want to have a lot of positions being posted. We want them filled, and we're doing the best that we can to try. Once I see Hanana seat or the white na catch, I don't see yards or honors for baseball, so I don't know, Cynic Ebedike, Hajoshi, the Lito, Hajop and Nahuit, Jo Hiddens and Do, Hajop and Hajado, but Hinji Kashi, Ado, Tehda, Koshishi, Kodo, Sato, Bedation, bel ishchanna de shliti thaladena tani dan lini na hiya chiyash anus hiya.
Thank you. With that, we'll continue on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 54 seconds, even though I know that we don't have anybody on from veterans yet.
Speaker, I'd like to motion to go into recess until tomorrow. I reserve the rest of my time.
4:51. Motion to go into recess at 1:44?
Yeah.
1:44 p.m. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton to recess.
Second, Daniels.
Second by Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Anybody?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Can I get an update on the Veterans Amendment? Could I know what individual at OMB is pulling together that amendment for Northern and Eastern agencies? Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to work with them during the recess.
Okay, thank you. OMB? Dominic Bial, you and your team members.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial.
Yes, go ahead.
Addressing the question raised by Delegate Crotty, I believe she is aware that a meeting was held this morning with the executive branch leadership, both of the Veterans Administration Office and the Chief of Staff from the President's Office. So the understanding that OMB has is they're going to work on the basic data and information needed to prepare the corresponding amendment. And as you heard Chief of Staff Chaco about an hour ago, when there was calls for an update on the this veterans budget matter, it was he explained that work is still ongoing, and it's one of the reasons that the council is talking about a recess at the moment. So far, we haven't received the data and information, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm speaking to the adjournment, right, or the recess.
Yes.
Speaker, I need to. So it's been 5 hours since we had that meeting, and the data has not been provided to OMB. What are my options to? We asked. We have resolutions. We had a meeting, and we're promised that this information would be provided. what are the next steps that need to be taken to get this information? I'll reserve my time on the recess.
3 minutes.
Well, 3 minutes. What did? Let me refer that question to only Mr. Bial if you have a response on that, but also Chairman or Chief of Staff Chaco.
We are working to serve as a bridge for tribes to connect to health and social service programs, those funded both by the Department of Health and Human Services.
Chief Chaco.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, the budget that was submitted to oversight and also to Budget and Finance from the Navajo Veterans Administration is our recommendation, our recommended budget to move forward, Mr. Speaker. So that's the position from the Navajo Veterans Administration and also from the executive branch. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to, is there any further comments, Madam Chair Karate? 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Karate? Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. On using my time during the recess, you've been asked to provide documents to the council. This is a 3-branch government. No one branch can make unilateral decisions. I suggest you confer with your legal counsel regarding that response, as I am moving forward with an amendment to meet the needs of the Northern and Eastern veterans. With your response, you are not taking in their position into consideration. And it's disheartening to know that this is how the administration continues to treat our veterans, especially in Northern and Eastern agencies. We have standing resolutions. And so, Speaker, I'll ask our legislative council, do I need to subpoena the documents? Can OMB, without the support of President Nez and his staff, move forward with the amendments? I need to know my options because we're going into recess and the program is not providing that information. Do we have to go to DEFCON 10 and pull out the executive office's budget and zero out these individuals who are not cooperating with the council? I need some guidance in this because I think I do not live in a dictatorship, and we need the executive branch to understand that there's a 3-branch government, there's a separation of powers, and you do not unilaterally tell this council how to move forward this budget. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Reserve your time at 1 minute, 12 seconds. Let me go to Miss Barbara. And then to Mr. Maybe anything Mr. Rodas has to add on to that, and then Office of Management and Budget. OMB, Mr. Bial. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. So I guess there are actually three options. The easiest, of course, would be to get the information requested in the budget forms updated by veterans. If that is not going to happen, then another option, if we have, OMB has all the necessary information, OMB could update the budget forms themselves if they have all the appropriate information. The third option, which will take probably longer because there's a number of steps involved, and that would be to subpoena the documents from the Veterans Administration. I would like to, I think as far as time goes, that should be the last option, but it can be accomplished that way. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Crotty.
Speaker Damon, the privileges of Vice Chair Smith.
Before I go to Mr. Rodas, Vice Chair Smith, 4 years for question and privilege.
Thank you, Speaker, and Honorable Crotty and Legislative Council. This is troublesome right now. And if we don't get subpoena by the time Friday rolls around, then we don't have a comprehensive budget. My question to this Speaker and Legislative Council, it seems to be right now hardball is being played. There is resolutions regarding the budget to be broken up. However, last year, that was the same thing that was posed with Fort Defiance, but I didn't have no resolutions. But now we have resolutions. And it's inconsistent because two are actually asking to break it up, and the other ones are not. They're all in one holistic budget. The question here is, Speaker, is should this not be complied with, even if it's subpoenaed? Do we go into a continuing resolution? Because we're at the brink of trying to get this done and send it over for the finalization of the president, whether he line vetoes or he vetoes the whole thing or he accepts it as is. Should we get prepared for a continuing resolution if we don't have anything happening by a certain time frame? I think there should be a time frame too, Speaker, if this is going to be subpoenaed, because usually when there is a subpoena, there is a time limit demanding documents to be presented. The reason why I'm saying this because I'd rather see not a continued resolution, but I'd rather see a comprehensive budget, because we've seen what happened last year, and that's why we've been adamantly pushing this. And Budget and Finance has been really working hardly about this. So, those are my questions to Legislative Council, Speaker, and we really need to get this thing taken care of. Thank you, Speaker.
I think the options. Well, one is this is something that I know I've talked to you, Vice Chair, about, and I've talked to. I did talk to Chief of Staff too as well. I knew that this is going to be something that was going to be alluded to as a question, because this is the same thing as last year. This is one of the main reasons why that we had to continue resolution. But I know there's options that are available to approve the legislation, move forward, and have a possible continued resolution on just on the Veterans and Trust Fund until those documents are fixed. That'd be one of the options, and then can still continue forward with an overall budget. The other one would still be in what Madam Chair Amber Crotty is trying to do, and that is to continuously try to fix the options in order for those to be available, and hopefully getting the formulas fixed for each one of the CBOs, and then also getting those 50 or the budget forms in place for OMB, and then moving forward for them to go ahead and execute that within the time permitted by Friday. Ms. Barbara, I don't know. I guess that there's a question of privilege regarding options that are on the table if we move forward with, I guess, not approving the recommendation from the veterans at this time that Madam Chair Amber Crotty is trying to do.
Thank you, Speaker. To do the amendments that Delegate Crotty has requested, we need revised budget documents. Of course, the quickest, fastest, and best way to get those revised budget documents is from Veterans Administration. I hope that they are putting them together as we speak. However, if they are not going to provide them or unable to provide them, the next option would be for OMB to prepare those documents. I don't know if OMB has all the information necessary to do that. I presume that information comes from the resolutions passed by the various agencies, chapters, etc. So my guess is OMB does have, we can pull that information together for OMB. If option 1 and 2 are not going to be viable, then Office of Legislative Counsel can start preparing a subpoena. We would certainly have we would send out advance notice to the Veterans Administration and the executive branch that we are preparing a subpoena, and they have until such and such a time, which would be probably sometime tomorrow morning, to produce the documents before we issue the subpoena. And the subpoena would probably state that they had to have the documents under the subpoena too as Friday morning. Thank you, Speaker. Of course, that last part about the subpoena, that's kind of, those are preliminary thoughts on how we would structure it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't know, Mr. Rodas, is there anything else you'd like to add on to the question at hand? That was one that was referred to not just on the point of privilege, question of privilege, but also by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, or from Department of Justice, that is.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. This is Mel. I think that Ms. Bobroff really covered the field there with all the options. If NNVA isn't available to participate in making amendments to the budget, their budget forms, their forms could be drafted without their participation, or there could be a CR just for veterans, or this wouldn't be ideal, but council could opt to not include a budget for veterans. And then there's the subpoena option. So that's all that I can think of, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That we go ahead and go back to
Here's question of privilege. Just a real quick one.
was your Smith question of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I know that we're wanting to have two agencies provide a amendment regarding the budget. My question of privilege is, sir, maybe Legislative Council and DOJ can chime in. The two agencies that are wanting to have the amendment and the reluctancy of this being provided. However, the ones that are intact, that are still not being debated or wanting an amendment, could they go forth with the comprehensive budget? Let's say the two agencies fail to have an amendment. However, the other agencies that are in right now intact, would that continue on, or would that affect the whole veterans budget and for two agencies, and that would affect the other three agencies, saying you have to wait until this is all cleared up and they get the continuing resolution, because they know exactly what happened during the continuing resolution. Because I represent Fort Defiance, and Fort Defiance is fine with it being intact, as I understand. So that's my question of privilege. Would it put Fort Defiance in a continuing resolution because the two other agencies are wanting to have it amended? Thank you, Speaker.
There's different options, and maybe Ms. Barbara, if you could explain those options again.
Speaker, thank you. As to Delegate Smith's immediate question about whether the agencies that are unsettled right now, whether they could be deleted from the comprehensive budget, and perhaps a continuing resolution put together for them alone. I think that could be done, but I would very much like to hear from OMB on their thoughts on the possibilities of doing that, or perhaps DOJ, but I think OMB's input into this decision is important. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me turn the floor back to OMB, Mr. Bial.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Biel.
Yes. Go ahead.
Responding to the question about possibly doing a budget or continuing the budget for the three agencies where there's no issues, at least as we understand it, and then attempting to work on the two other agency budgets on either a CR basis is we could, as I said yesterday, we could give it a try, but eventually at some point, of course, we'll have to work with the executive leadership and the Veterans Administration leadership because they're the administrators of these budgets, programs, and funds. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. I don't have anybody else except Madam Chair Amber Crotty with reserved time. 1 minute, 12 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, my intent is not a CR. My intent is for Navajo Nation Veterans Administration to honor the resolutions that were submitted to your office over 14 days ago. And in good faith, we had a meeting at 9 o'clock, and it was promised that these documents will be created. Speaker, we need to have the documents, or I will ask OMB, let's do our best to make sure these documents are ready so we can move forward. Other opportunities is if I could get clarification, do we need the director to issue out and support these veterans checks, or can that be done at the agency level? And what would be the steps to take away funding from the division director as a political appointee, or even possibly the chief of staff? I think not providing council documents is very severe, and there's definitely an imbalance of authority and a presumption that the executive branch holds the power here at the decision-making level. And so honor the veterans of Eastern and Northern. This is their request. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
3 seconds. Madam Chair, Speaker's office will continue to ask informal writing to the President's office about, or to the Chief of Staff, and then to Mr. Zorline, as they indicated that they would work together this morning, at least to get the data in order for Mr. Dominic Bial, for him and his team to create those documents. So we'll ask of that and moving forward, without continuously going in circles on this. I don't know. I think the position of the President's office isn't going to change at this time. So we'll have to continuously work together with the Office of Management and Budget. Other than that, there are those other options that are on the table. Hopefully we can get that information enough in order for us to create those documents. We will continuously send emails out throughout the afternoon and tomorrow to see where it's at, and if any information was shared from the Veterans Administration or from Mr. Zorline to Dominic Bial, him and his team members, in order for them to start moving forward with that request too as well throughout the afternoon and into tomorrow morning. Honorable Madam Chair Crotty. With that, colleagues, any other comments on the recess? Oh, actually, I don't know if there's any, but there is a motion to recess at this time, and motion's held by Madam Chair Charles Newton second by Honorable Daniels. Honorable Keelan Begay on the recess.
Speaker, I made a statement last night or last evening regarding the veterans. I believe the Trinity Agency veterans are also in the same situation of not will be in acceptance of the way the current budget is going to be developed. I think di kudo Ms. Claudia yati hajo inge tratson denigi pa idea to public idea yat eto listen. And I believe that each of the agencies, each of the chapter, each of the veterans organization have the ultimate decision making of how their allocated funding should be distributed. Because they have veterans organization in each of the chapter. Nje kude o dit hi di ini dit e bika huidne ni ben hodli na halen go hot ayada ti ko agit ani shish ko dana bahasi kudo chindeje sila so landa te hiki nasi ye lead picnic area that the other cut landa le ko after sangi o tada des card the shnoda Koyego is the last son Deniki. To me, on a bit of task, Toto Jo Bakohin Zinda, Toto Jo Del Zinda, Ado Anlage, with Ashin Kudo, Papa Yed, Papa Yet, could the Yego be Shahodli, be the whole need me, what are a cutting his husband. A call Kudon his last so, Andy locally, Tago. The commander, the vice commander, the secretary treasurer, what option has a elahit ego kudo yego kudo easily start the door to papa colleagues in the shiment a kudo o papa na in executive branch Nasiniki division other veterans advisory committee kudo tato ben he cut off even yet could not only stop the nothing. It is a last son, Deniki Kaiji, Kaoche. Other Kodo announced that the Hagi Veterans Administration John his last son, Deniki, Nahapa acquisition, Nahapa says the case. Dila it is your papa na in the Kahagi at the Kaage. It Adam did not though it Adam now could decide is on behalf of our veterans. I don't believe that that's the case. What we're trying to do is making sure that the veterans funding goes back directly to the veterans organization. Yes, that's the ultimate intent. Ben Nashiko Asia zero, what I baby kids zero, Kodo, what ego Ecuador, Papa Nice is Kanolis last speaker, what I issue Kodo, the Chingi Agency Veterans Organization, what Papa seat on the door, at a hit on watch it Kodo, and say down Kodo base of Honda, in Hikito are the pin up there. And yet that's Kito Kid Nati in Hit out apartment deals, what apartment Yago Yat Eton, so chairman. But I should say of the Baha Street on this.
Honorable Keelan Begay, I guess that request for itself to be a part of that discussion, to have those documents ready, at least for Chin Lee. I'm not too sure if the Veterans Administration is wanting to work on that too as well. So it might be in the same predicament that it is for Northern and Eastern. But I think that I don't know if Chief Paulson wants respond on that, or if Mr. Zorline's on the line.
Question for the speaker.
Question and privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. This is in relation to how the funds are distributed. It's my understanding that they're distributed across each agency by the 50-50 formula. Would it be possible to solicit the support of another program that has the ability to do the 50-50 formula breakdown, knowing that there will be a total amount for each agency, something that perhaps your staff or OMB could do? I don't think it's based off any other information. I could be wrong unless that was amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Ms. Barbara, I guess. Bishop Brillage.
Speaker, I do believe that if the formula is identified, probably your office or maybe with the assistance of, I don't know. I don't know. It's usually CPMD who helps on those 50-50 formula decisions or splits. If that's the formula that is going to be used, then yeah, I think that could be broken down by other than Veterans Administration. It's not clear to me exactly if the 50-50 formula that would be used is based on voters or on veterans. So if that's cleared up, then I think we can probably figure it out without veterans if it is based on the 50-50 voters. If it's broken, if it's based on a formula that has to do with the number of veterans in a chapter or in an agency, then that is a harder breakdown to do without Veterans Office. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Director Zorlan. I'm on the call now, sir.
For that information. Director Zorline, there's been multiple questions. Again, as I indicated earlier this morning, we had that discussion about breaking down the chapters, or I guess the isolated budget at the agency level for all each agencies. As you know, with the discussion and trying to give it back to the CBOs and putting it back into those accounts. And now it seems that not only Northern and Eastern is asking of that, but it's also Chinle Agency is asking of that. And in that response, through oh no, not for defiance. I don't think it was for defiance. Sorry, just Chinle Northern Agency and Eastern. But there was a response to indicate that what is the status of that? What is the status of those budgets being completed, so that amendment can be made? And I guess we can turn the floor over to you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was made clear last year that the Veterans Administration is permitted to distribute the funds on a formula as designated by the Veterans Administration. Last year, we started distributing the funds using a formula that was based solely on the population of the veterans within the agency, within the CVOs. We did not use
Mr. Zorline, you're cutting out. You have cut out. Mrs. Zorline?
50-50 formula. So as it was brief budget and finance, inflation,
We went the last 20 seconds, we didn't hear
Sir, I
what
can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. For the last 20 seconds, we didn't hear what you were stating.
Okay, sir. I'm in a parking structure right now, so we may have some spotty service here, but we'll get out in the open here in just a moment. But the numbers that are contained in the budget legislation show each agency's allocation based on the veteran population. We do not have any numbers in our office right now to be able to distribute those numbers within each agency using the 50-50 formula. I might be able to get those numbers from DCD, but I usually get that from the voter registration office. They provided those numbers to us in the past, and having just arrived back in New Mexico, I have not had an opportunity to get those numbers from them yet. So we do not have the ability to calculate a distribution down to the CVO level using the 50-50 formula. We do have the ability to calculate the numbers based on the veteran population. And we can do that because it is only taking into account the veterans of each CVO who are the only ones that are eligible to receive this funding. And that does include the surviving spouses and the Gold Star mothers. So this is the more sound method of distributing the funds, but I need to be able to get back to my office where I have access to that data. And I should be back in Window Rock in about 2.5 to 3 hours, sir. That's where we stand on being able to provide that data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, privileged speaker.
Okay, thank you. Question of privilege, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. This is to yourself, or I guess you can't question their delegates, but there are delegates who spoke about northern and eastern agencies supporting a distribution at the chapter level instead of a consolidated business unit. And my question is, do those agency resolutions describe the allocation methodology that they prefer in that distribution? Thank you.
Where's those documents?
Question of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
I have to pull those documents up. I don't know, Ms. Barbara, for see if you have those documents from northern and eastern veterans, and explain where. As soon as I get that information, I can answer that question, Honorable Slater. Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, and folks on the line. Isn't the 50-50 formula also defined in the Appropriations Act to be based on registered voters within each chapter? And then doesn't OMB designate a certain time period for when that particular formula will be used for the forthcoming budget season? That would be my question of privilege.
Speaker Freeland, I do have a point of order.
Chairman Daniel So, your question of privilege, it would go to the Office of, well, one, I guess, not only to the Appropriations Act, Mr. Rodas, Ms. Barbroff, and I don't know if the controller's on the line, but then also too as well to the trust fund expenditure plan, or to the trust fund plan itself. With that, if you could ask for give me time to respond to as well while I recognize Honorable Freeland's point of order.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Exactly what are we debating at this point? Is there a motion and a second established? I thought we were on a recess right now. Is this debatable, or what are we debating right now, Speaker? That's my point of order. Thank you.
Your point, and your point of order, we have a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Daniels to recess. At that time, it's a motion that on the motion to recess is debatable. There was questions in regards to saying that, well, while we're in recess, are we making sure that the amendments are being created? And that's the reason why this discussion is happening, Honorable Freeland, is that there are delegates that are concerned about going into recess and making sure that there's appropriate amendments that are needed to be worked on, that they are going to get worked on. Honorable Freeland.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had a motion and a second established for recess. And as long as we're not on the main motion, I appreciate it. Thank you.
To answer your question of privilege, Honorable Slater, on in the resolution that I'm looking at, that's from the Eastern Agency Veterans Organization. It does state in here that memoranda dated August 19, 2020, Navajo Nation Veterans Subject Veterans Trust Fund fiscal year 2021 distribution memo explain closer observation of funds distribution of 50-50 formula funding allocated as used by other programs. So the veterans are asking for that to be on a 50-50 formula from Eastern Agency. It doesn't specifically state that in the Northern Agency resolution, Honorable Slater. Just to answer your question of privilege, what was? With that, colleagues, I'll go back to, I don't have anybody else on motion to recess. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with reserved time with 3 seconds.
Speaker, I appreciate the request for in writing. We already know there's gaslighting and manipulation, and this council will no longer stand for that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on motion to recess? Going twice. 3 times.
Sure, Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Cat.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Chatted Delegate Amber Cardi and vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Speaker, you have 19 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Hello, are we still on?
Thank you, colleagues. Sorry. With that, with a vote of favor of 19 and 2 opposed, the speaker not voting, motion carries. We're officially recessed this afternoon, and we will be back in session tomorrow, colleagues, at 10 a.m. Have a good evening, everyone. Have a good afternoon. We will continue to work together on this afternoon, colleagues.
What's going on? Church.
Oh.
Gone.
Oh,
Still a wiggle.